Yes, Joe, 2 me streams in one day. This was always the plan, because it's Labor Day. And honestly, I love streaming on my days off. So here we are with Shadows Over Loathing. I know, schedule still says it's Phoenix Noodleman night, but Phoenix Noodleman is no more. So we're doing an extra Shadows Over Loathing stream tonight to make up for the fact that I missed it a couple of weeks ago. As for how I am doing, in the past 7.5 hours, I have had 2 meals. I have done a little cleaning around the house. I started doing, I started doing level grinding in Crystal version because I have to get my team up. What else have I done? Hugged my wife. Spoke to my little sister. So it's been a day. I certainly can't complain. Now then, I was in the middle of some nonsense. Yes, I have. Where have you been, Joe? I've mentioned my little sister quite a bit. All right. Let's see. I don't think there's any more dates that I can get to here. Oh, never mind. This month's paper tell of the McElhatton murder trial. She ended in a mistrial when the star witness was Oh, this one. Yeah, that makes sense. Star witness was metamorphosed into a tree. Third such incident of the year. Mr. McElhatton praised the outcome. Okay, so it's not a reference to... I thought it might have been a reference to McCready's murder trial, but it was not. Yeah, no. I am 34. So... that's a thing. Anyway, just wanted to deal with that newspaper stuff while I was here. I think I might have more booze to give at the bar. Ah, yes, found a case of whiskey. So let's see. Whiskey is... no, I probably have already had the tequila, which is what I want today, so we're good. Yeah, I'm not, like, don't listen to Dawning Winds. I'm not that old. Like, you listen to Dawning Winds, you'd think that I'm, like, 89 or something, and that's ridiculous. I am a spry young man. Probably. Alright, what am I doing? What was I doing? Oh yes, I do want to go back to SIT because I have helped out Rufus. I've got enough radios for his woozama-watchama-jiggets. So, let's go to the Rufus. Raise the Rufus! Hello, Rufus. You may have back your receiver. Here's your receiver thingy. I hope it got enough clicks and bloops for you. Thanks, I'll give you a ring when I finish doing the math. Could you also give me a ring now? Oh, sure, I must have one around here somewhere. A Bezoar ring that probably prevents me from getting poisoned, which is nice. Yep, renders me immune to poison. There's one ring in particular that I'm looking for, and no, it's not Sauron's ring. It's, a completely different ring. Let's go to fish and chips. Oh, Shadow Batch. This reminds me I need to open my counters. And we're now at 263 spiders. I love having stupid counters, but the problem is sometimes... I think that's actually only going to... Yeah. Oh, God. That does it to all combatants. I am a fool. Okay, I don't want to use that. I didn't read the... I didn't read the fine print on that power. I am such an idiot. 9 damage. And I only did 1 damage to all of the frickin' shadow creatures, too. That's the worst part. I am such an idiot. Read anything challenge. Yeah, I can read. I'm probably overbuying these, but having 40 of them is good. I know since when do I use combat items, but... Alright, so I want to get rid of that thing in my offhand. Because that's just... no. Give the nasty mug. First of all, because my muscle's stronger than my than my moxie today. Also, the extra poison is helpful. How to curse like a sailor is funny, though. Alright. Let's see. Wander. And I got hit in the face. Always with the getting hit in the face. I do not appreciate getting hit in the face. It's not a fun thing. Alright, good. Something is gone, or whatever. Okay. Where is textbook guy? Reason with... Look, you have to reason with the math. Otherwise, you're just gonna get a large headache and nobody wants that. Have 1 but 2 would be better? Baloney, I'm not a nerd. Win at arm wrestling. Always with the winning at arm wrestling. But seriously, where is textbook guy? I have a textbook question for him. Well, actually, there's... Here we go. Advanced projectile physics. Is that the one that I'm looking for? Grants a range damage perk. No. Curse you, textbook guy. Like, there was something very specific I'm looking for. And you can't give it to me. Like, why? This is annoying. But yeah, there's Cannon. Simone gives me robot fuel. Well, fight the monsters, which means 2 more Bujima What's-Its. And only thing that's not immune to bleeding is their spider, which is back here. Although, to be fair, that also seemed to have done actual damage, but... Plenty of physical armor. Doesn't look like they've got sleaze armor, though, so... To be fair, I could have ended this much sooner by using potentially this and then this. Fish zested! Hooray for fish zesting! We'll go maybe a couple more times. The one that I don't know if I mentioned, but the textbook that I'm actually looking to have him give me is, well, okay, I think there's 2. One gives me 1 extra AP, and another gives me 1 extra combat unit. You wander into a science lab and see that someone has left some kind of experimental magical reactor running unattended. Maybe they realize it was in the process of explosively overloading and run away. Maybe you should follow their example. Inspect the reactor. That sounds fun. You inspect the reactor carefully and discover the problem. It's being powered by electrically overcharged will-o'-the-wisps, and the field that keeps them contained isn't running at full power due to some faulty soldering in the control circuits. If it seems improbable to you that you would know well enough about this stuff to figure that out, just assume it's written in a notebook someone left on the table. Fix the reactor! Quickly skim the experimenter notes, grabbing a soldering iron, making the necessary repairs. Even the wisps are impressed by your intelligence and handiness. One of them gives you a grudging thumbs up from behind the reactor's tempered glass window. Hooray! What fun! And we've seen this before countless times. Alright, just blast everything. So Stilt and Splatter, you might think Stilt and Splatter is a very good ability, and you're not wrong when you have multiple opponents to deal with. If you're dealing with one very strong opponent, it'll just deal 5 damage over and over and over again. Alright, fine. Yeah, there was a specific ring and a specific textbook that I was looking for. I have not found the specific ring, and I have not found the specific textbook, so I'm 0 for 2 on things that I was looking for, but oh well. We'll try one more time. Solve the equations. Alright, fine. On to the bus stop. Aha! Advanced collision physics. Well, okay. That's still not what I wanted. Also, hi, Simone. Hang on one second. I just have to adjust my robot a little. Opens it and tweaks some of the insides, gives a satisfied nod. What did you do? Mostly just flushed some extraneous safety protocols. Won't that make it unsafe? Yeah, but hopefully just for our... God, I love Simone. She's fun. Anyway, again, that's a perk, and that's collision damage experts. So, hooray for that. Didn't get the one that I was looking for, but you know what? Since I accidentally ended up in the main lobby, one last chance. No. Alright, fuse guy. Back to the big moist. Alright, there's still a bunch of shenanigans that we've got to do here. We dealt with the treehouse, we dealt with the Leathers Brothers, Dolphin House, the Moonshiners, the Flemberg Place, Sunken Boxcar, Runway and Feldman Quarry, Radio Shack, Moss Rock Grotto. We have not even gotten started with Largemouth. Like, I stopped by there to show you what's going on, but I haven't touched that. We're about halfway through the Monster Shack. And like I said, the Gatorman Fortress is our ultimate destination where Charles is. Let's go to Mudhenge. Aha! Despite anything the map might have to say about it, you've managed to wander back to the spot where you set the trap for the Chupa Naranja. Peering through the bushes, you've discovered that your trap has indeed trapped something. It's like a sort of a giant toad with tentacle face, blah blah blah. Approach it. Aha! You carefully sneak up on the Chupa Naranja, since it's both distracted by the trap and also unable to turn around. You manage to take it completely unawares. It struggles futilely as you grab it in a headlock and slice off one of its nostrils. Creature roars in pain and anger, but by the time it manages to thrash its way out of its trap, your trap, you're already completely the heck out of there. Phew! Alright, Mudhenge. Welcome to Mudhenge Admission 2 meet. There's a flower over here, a gross, muddy flower. There is a hole in the fence. What is... welcome to Mudhenge. What is this place? Friend, it's Mudhenge. What's that? It's one of the area's most popular henges. Folks travel from all over to see this mysterious mud. I've heard of Stonehenge. Is it like that? I don't see the comparison. You don't? Look, we could talk for hours about Stonehenge. Stonehenge is big, Stonehenge is strong. Gone all over this. With respect, what I'm interested in talking about is Mudhenge, which is a formidable monument of its own right. It's so much more than just a first draft of Stonehenge, as they sometimes say in the magazine. Alright, what's so special about Mudhenge? Special? Well, during the swamp solstice, it said that the needle of the compass placed upon the center altar will point not to west, but secret west, where lies the thing you need the most. That's special enough for you? When is the swamp solstice? If you're in the swamp, it's pretty much the swamp solstice. What is secret west? I'm no mystician, but secret west is the direction which lies the thing your heart is most missing. And it's said that a compass laying on the altar of the Mudhenge during the swamp solstice was pointing secret west. It was the object of the Mudhenge challenge, but of course we don't run Mudhenge challenge. Of course we don't run the challenge anymore. Too hard, too many missing presumed deads. What does that mean, the thing your heart is most missing? Well, it's kind of up to you. Up to your heart, that is. Could be a secret crush, that new job, maybe just a piece of bread. Guess it could have helped me find Charles, huh? Charles, is that my secret crush? Maybe you're my secret crush? Am I married? Fair enough, I'll be on my way. Squeeze through. So, Stonehenge. So, whoop. That was weird indeed. I didn't actually mean to do that, but that brings me to the major gimmick of this place, which is to say, it's a maze of some sort. You can read some hobo code here. According to this, there's an old boxcar nearby. The railroad company abandoned when it sank. We've been there, yes. There is a specific order you've got to do things. Arcane message on a strange script translated. Drowned Mary's crown is buried past the huge tower. I've not figured out what the heck that means yet. But this place is very mysterious. Very mysterious. I don't actually remember how to get... But the objective here, like the lady said, like the married lady said, you can get to the heart of this place. It's over to the east. A Gatorman! This crazed Gatorman appeared out of nowhere and is champing at the bit, to make sure you're nowhere 5 minutes from now. Well, well. You can see that I don't have my companion with me, because I got sucked into some kind of strange temporal whoojama-whatchama-jiggets. I don't think I really need to do that, but I'm decidedly more powerful to powerful enough to handle stuff like this. Gatorman rallies for another round, but a hand raises from the swamp and drive. Woohoo! What's this? Backpack stashed in the swamp is certain to contain illicit material. Parental guidance is advised. Okay. There's a complete change of clothes in the sack and a black embossed card sticking out of the black pant pocket. Read the card. Drowned Mary's crown is buried past the huge tower. Phrase so nice you've read it twice. I have, yes. Huh. The nudist's creed. Nothing is worn, everything is visible. That's fun. So apparently there are nudists hanging out here in the swamp and Mudhenge, and hobo code never changes. Oh god, I'm hopelessly lost. But you can always go back somewhere else, so I'm going to go to here. Phew, finally found you. How'd you find me? Oh, I just whipped up a little program to determine the most statistically likely place you'd go next. Gosh, am I that predictable? Everybody is with the right math. Alright, so as soon as you go somewhere else, your companion finds you. Which is nice. Just blast everything with a stilty splatter. And again. And there's just one creature left, isn't there? Alright, Alfina grows stronger, which is good. And we're back here. You will note that returning back here, after you've, whatchamacallit, after you have snuck in through the fence already, you don't have to go in through the fence again. It automatically kind of just does what it does. Alright. So apparently there's some kind of code in Drowned Mary's crown is buried past the huge tower. I don't get it. But what it's supposed to tell you is the first one you go in, and I don't think it matters which way you go in from the front or the back, but you go in far left, and then front middle is south, and then you go want to say back, and then here, and then here. Back here. Is that over to the east? Well, let's take a look. It's that again. Then I've got to go there. And then I think it's that one. And then that one? Yes, okay, so we're here. And there's a bunch of people standing over there. There's two ways you can go about this. You can either fight the bloodthirsty nudists, of which there are 4 of them, and as a reminder, you don't have your companion with you, or you can do the logical thing. And by the logical thing, I mean I don't know how much you have to not have equipped, but if you yourself are completely naked, which I am now apparently, in the heart of the henge, 4 nude druids flock around the altar in an unchoreographed ritual. They see you and smile, as your nudity clearly indicates your desire to frolic with them in the mud. Join in. Hooray! Oh, boy. Well, as they say, when in nude Rome, do as the nude Romans do. Who said that again? Might have been Caesar in his dying moments to nude Brutus. You awake alone from a narcotic fog with the vestigial sense of memory of having stabbed and eaten mud. 30 XP. Let's not tell anyone about this. Okay, at last, the non-literal beating heart of Mudhenge. As you draw near, the needle on your compass spins wildly. Of course, it's as the guide outside told you, a compass placed upon the altar will point towards secret west, where lies the thing your heart most desires, which makes this place far, far superior to Stonehenge, where the most that'll happen to your compass is that a badger might eat it. Put the compass on the altar. There's the question, of course, of what exactly your heart does desire most. What are you hoping to find here in the endless gloom of this modern henge? Meat, please, and lots of it. The needle spins smoothly clockwise until it doesn't. Seized by queer magnetic force, the tremulous needle twitches violently between cardinal and non-ecclesiastical directions. It's a horrible, upsetting sight, and it feels like a mercy killing when, with a gasp of inexplicable breath, the needle falls still, its head pointing toward the west-north arch. Is the needle okay? Honestly, no. Sorry to hear it. The west-north arch. I mean, that's the west arch. So is that... the west-north arch. I believe that's this one. Whoa! Well, this is quite another henge altogether. The mists of Mudhenge have parted, and now you stand before the great husk of an antebellum riverboat, grounded upon the swampy shore. Location unlocked? The wreck of the Longer Fellow. The needle of your compass bends its neck to point, urgently, toward the boat's top deck. You don't know how a compass needle can contort itself like that, but it's very unpleasant to watch. Mudhenge must have brought you here for a purpose. There's meat here, and you're gonna find it. Forge ahead with great purpose, but before I do that, I'm gonna put some clothes on. I was using the nasty mug. My rift crystal. Well, okay, at some point I am going to want my Monster Club sash. In fact, I think I'm going to want that now. Well, in reality, what I'm actually going to want now is the booze-soaked handkerchief. Because I need the stench armor. What ring was I using? Oh yeah, St. Stilton. Edition. Vampire boots. I forgot about the loyal Hex Rock. Dawning would be very sad if she knew that I forgot about the loyal Hex Rock. Deuce the toilet gator. Alright, we're back to this. Now, this is actually on my map now, so I actually have to wonder. Damn, I need 7 stench armor for that. Hello. If I go back to the wrecked riverboat, yeah, Simone will actually be here with me now. That's fun. Under this thing that was probably once a bookcase, you notice a crawdad has set up a camp, gathered a horde of shiny pebbles, and is guarding vigorously. Regular shellfish. Once proud riverboat has succumbed to the immutable twins of entropy, time, and mud. Mayhap this debris fell from the wreckage of the boat, mayhap not. Search. Crusty roll, one man's trash is another's crusty roll, to quote Shakespeare, if you even believe he wrote those plays. I'll believe it. Uh-oh. Also, uh-oh. It's fine for nature to reclaim the shipwreck, but this plant doesn't have to look so happy about it. Fight for your right to make metal stuff. Alright. Let's... Oh god, how does that spider have so much HP? Hello, Normans. Welcome to my second stream of the day. Alright, I have effectively dealt with that thing now. Oh, right! I can summon an Enmeltal Elemental, a servant of cheese. I forgot I had that! My cheese golem! Hooray for cheese golem! Wow, 18 and it could potentially heal a target for... Wow, wow! Oh, I didn't actually mean to punch that one, but sure. Yes, all of the cheese! I am a cheese wizard! Now there'll be no more natures gloating over the death of a boat, and rightly so! What glittering prize has lured these rubber-necking stink bugs and bees to this gloomy ruin? Holler at 'em! Beat it, bugs! All peaceful efforts have failed. Battle stations! Charge the bugs! There's probably a better way to deal with that, but it's fine. Summon another cheese golem. And there's enough of these enemies hanging around that I want to just go kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. I still might be able to KO everything by myself. Yep. I didn't need to summon that cheese golem, but you know what? I got Swamp Honey. The chasing bugs abandoned the trunk for new adventures. Swamp Honey. Good luck, all bugs. Alright, now what was in here that intrigued those bugs? Take a peek. 12 meat. And, well, would you look at that? Look at it. Okay. The only other thing in the trunk is a magazine about model trains. Those bugs got their little bite marks all over the pages. Funny, those creatures may look different, but they like a model train just the same as you. When the world is naught but ash, the only thing left will be my model railroad. Nothing left in there but an old model train magazine falling apart like a misglued couplings on a Mecklenburg T4. But alright, since it's pretty clear both that just 5 stench armor isn't gonna do it, what else do I have that'll increase stench armor? All of them are accessory. Oh, right. Cola Wars gas mask. And that'll be enough. So, okay. When I want to go wandering again, which I will for the smell of the wisp, I will... deal with that whatchamajiggets. Anyway, we'll put that on. This. And then I think I've got tape somewhere, right? I thought I had tape somewhere. Well, that kind of sucks. Hold on. I think I can get tape from the leather guy. So if I'm going wandering... Cola War gas mask... and booze-soaked handkerchief. We'll come back to the wrecked longboat. We will. Yep, roll of duct tape. Perfect. I swear I already had one, but... that is what it is. Alright, now back to the wrecked riverboat. Aha! Excellent. This is why I put the stench armor on. You're browsing your way through the swamp, taking a sniff through your nose trumpet now and then. Swamp smells terrible. I mean, a swamp is literally just standing water and rotting composted biome, so it's not like that's news or anything. We wouldn't be surprised if this swamp was at least nominated for world's worst smelling swamp. Sniff. Oh God in heaven, what is that? Something smells like a rotten egg matted with a tire fire, and the egg the tire fire laid also went rotten. Squinting through the tears, you see a patch of brown air hovering nearby. That must be the smell of the wisp the kid was looking for. Run up and grab it. Holding both your nose and your breath, you run up and snatch at the wisp before it can fly away, collecting a clump of air so foul it sticks to your hand. Fortunately, you've got an empty jar so you can scrape it off into. Got an item stinky ester. Blech. Alright, hooray. Essential distillation of foulness. Crusty roll. Good kind of crusty, expensive kind. And then a ring of flesh perfectly crafted by natural selection to seek out the mightiest of oranges. It's alright, don't need the stench armor anymore. And this is good. That's a good hang. And now, finally, we go on to the logger flow. Not the Longfellow. The longer fellow. Main deck. Time, your look... Uh-oh. Well, that speaker seems to be going. Sailor team in current SV is fun. Pignite, Ducklet, Krokorok, Joltic, Electric, and Solosis. Ah, yes, you said that you were doing the Univa only run. Sailor can dream of no greater horror than smushed prow. Huh. The refreshments cart has been scavenged of all nourishment save a paper menu, which you should not eat. Browse the menu. Fine luncheon aboard the riverboat Longfellow. Friday, June 3rd, 1927. Hors d'oeuvre, saffron crab on cracker. Soup, crab on a cracker. Egg, seasoned crab eggs. Fish, crab under napkin. Poultry, chicken a la crab. Salad, leaf-dressed crab with salad. Dessert, crab cream. Cheese, crab cream. Eat the menu! Not even the distressed passengers of the doomed Longfellow resorted to that. Eat it though, I say! The wrecking of a ship exerts a dreadful psychological toil on all those poor souls trapped aboard, and none can understand their especial torment except by experience it. But you've come pretty close, you think, by wandering on board well after the fact and munching on a menu. 3 XP. The refreshment cart of scavenged of all nourishment save a paper menu, which you ate. Oh, God. So in this stream so far, we went frolicking naked in the mud in the middle of Mudhenge and ate a paper menu. This is the best stream ever. Alright. A great wooden wheel in the final stage of wheel death. Upon its spokes you can make out a message scrawled in blood or red mud. Read it. Dan, Dan, we all broke upon thine wheel. Well, that's not ominous at all. Huh. Whoa there, that's hot enough to steam a car. You wouldn't steam a car, you wouldn't steam a car, don't steam yourself. I'm steam-proof 20 hot armor. How much is my hot armor? 12? Where are my books at? I can do this, probably. Is that enough? 19, so I need one more. Alright. Read that. Read that. Not right now. And I don't have 100 XP, that's fine. I have 90 XP. Hooray! Well, I am steam-proof. But you know what? Before I start walking through that, this speaker faulty still broadcasts, but the transmission is unintelligible. Make it work. It's not that easy. The fuse inside the speaker's casing has succumbed to swamp necrosis. It's a real issue for these wooden riverboats, especially when they crash in a swamp. Make it work. I has a fuse. You discard the necrotic fuse, swamp a new one. Yes, Normans, I frolicked naked in the mud. We will tell no one of this. Yes, tell no one of this. Anyway. With the replacement fuse snug in its new bed, the transmission of which you had caught only garbled fragments now makes itself clear. And be that it? Have ye finally fixed that infernal machine? Will ye nod once if ye can hear me? Yes, it's working. Afraid I can't hear ye, landlubber. Only see. Now do ye mind if I call ye landlubber? Yeah, sure, go ahead. You nod in affirmative. Ye be fine with me calling ye that. Then landwoman it must be then, until we can make the proper introductions. Speaking of which, this be Captain Dan of the riverboat Longerfelly, and it give me no pleasure to report that mine vessel has run aground here in this fiendish and soggy fen I call Davy's Swamp Locker. We few survivors be trapped up in the wheelhouse. What happened here? You shrug in a very general way. Wondering 'bout all this, are ye? Well, the Longerfelly be a pleasure paddler. We paddle the east coast and show the passengers the time of their lives. This last sail, a sparkling black cloud, otherworldly it be, hurled us off course into this violent bog. Leisure paddle fast turned to pain paddle as our vessel were overrun by creatures and nasties. Only 5 souls in mine remain of the voyage, trapped up here in the wheelhouse for, well, for how long only the boat gods know. Explain, I was hoping to find a lot of meat here. Through mime, you indicate your expectation of finding a fat stack of meat somewhere in the riverboat. Never was one for charades, landwoman. But if I be understanding ye correctly, the answer be no. A jellyfish will not have sex before marriage. Nothing for it, you'll have to press on. Or not, you know. You could stop this all right now and go do something else. Grad school, now that's nice. Well, I did go to college earlier. I do have some degrees. The wheelhouse. You make the shape of a wheel in a house with your hands and then shrug. Know ye the parts of a boat, landwoman? 2 levels above ye be the main deck, and there ye be finding the captain and his wheel. Not on board may be higher than the captain. How does he know where you are? You glance around the boat for any sign of this captain. If you're wondering how I know you're aboard, landwoman, I have me bendy telescope to thank. Not much for us to do, trapped up in the wheelhouse, but hold the bendy telescope and look through the bendy telescope. You mime the handing out of mail and packages. That's what you do, you're a helpful person. You didn't ask for this, I know, and you must feel like the unluckiest landwoman in the world. But there be 5 innocent souls in this wheelhouse, with me, blocked by the broken pipes, spewing scalding hot steam. Will ye help us? Sure. I ask that ye enter the most private of boat parts, the hull, where the wildlife has done defilement most foul to our steam pipes. Funny be it not, that the same steam that gave this life to this boat also took it from most of the passengers. I think we be only beginning to understand the nature and whims of steam, but that be a mystery for another day. The code to the hull door be the birthday of the longer fellow, January 4th, 1845. But there be a catch, and I ain't talking about what we used to haul up for Friday lunch. Crabs and such. We don't use standard or international formats for our locks. We wouldn't be caught dead doing that. No, we use maritime basic. Year, month, day. Alright, so that should be 45, 1, 45, 1, 0, no, 450104. Got it. You'll figure it out, landwoman. I be sure. So I could just technically do that. But try that. That did it. Released from the door, the lock dissolves into the swampy spores and floats away on the swamp breeze. Descend. There is some good stuff here. Anyway, a large crate labeled inflatable water slide. There's a handwritten message scratched into the wood. Read it. Don't tell the guests about the water slide. I don't care if they're expecting the time of their lives. 5 hours of pain and suffering to put it together, and they only use it once. Below that, another message. Read that. We're going to die on this boat. Huh. Ooh, hey. It was worth it coming down here because I got myself a little friendly void. See, this is why you don't just go wandering through random bursts of steam. It's a weird shadow pocket or pouch. Reach inside. Got a shadow hot dog. Hooray. Uh-oh. Minding their own bug's nest make trouble. Damn bugs. Spiders are fine. They're arachnids, not insects. Blast them all with the Stilton Splatter. By the way, I'm pretty sure that this counts as harming a fly, so I'll be able to tell that guy that I have officially harmed or did something to a fly. I don't know. Alright, move on. Laundry facilities, including hand-operated washing machine, are kept well below deck. You guys don't want to see how the sausage is washed? Search it. Tiara and the washing machine. Chaos truly did befall this voyage. An unglorious tiara. +1 physical armor, Fit for a disgraced queen. This must have belonged to the ship's cabin boy. Open it. Ah, classic pair of deckhands pants. You wonder if somewhere there's a deckhand running around without their pants, but given the state of this boat, it's far more likely that they're dead. Notice taped up in the cabinet. A sailor's pussy do's and pussy don'ts. Pussy do. Remember your date formats: standard month, month, day, day, year, year. Local month, day, year, month. Radio year, month, day, day, month, year. International day, day, month, month, year, year. Maritime basic year, month, day, maritime plus, maritime basic reversed, maritime minus, year or day, month, day, year, month, deckhand basic, day, year, month, day, year, month. There's a second page, maritime humor. Read maritime humor. What be a pirate's favorite part of the boat? The starboard. What be a sailor's favorite joke? Land. Alright. This seems important. Eat the note. Eating the note is a big pussy don't. Alright. Deckhand basic. Let's see. Let's check out those deckhand pants. Search the pockets. There's a furled piece of paper in one of the pockets. Unfurl it. Hang on a tick. Monday, 020376. Riverboat run with just a single deckhand on board. I suppose we're about to find out. Claude Joseph got in a terrible spat with the new captain and jumped ship to crew the trawler of a passing lobsterman. Andrews, it turns out, embellished his qualifications and isn't a trained deckhand at all. I'm already feeling the strain. Had to lock up the outhouses myself. Usually a three-man job. Suffice to say, that this will make a real mess of my whole summer. The Tuesday, 020476. We set sail today. I won't continue keeping the diaries. I only thought to buy one sheet of paper. Okay, fun. Alright. A lone needle governs this gauge, its machinations its own. Use the machine. Gauge has no controls and that can be used. Just hit it! That probably did something. Nah, apparently not. Hit it again! I'm sure Simone knows that percussive maintenance is sometimes necessary. And you see that actually fixed it. No more steam going anywhere. Path up is steamless. A confession, friend. Rarely would I put me trust in a land woman. But to come this far, ye proved ye have the true heart of a sailor. Yes, I keep it in a jar. Once again, I can't hear ye, friend. But I hope you weren't joking around about keeping the heart of a sailor in a jar or something similar. Captain Dave likes to laugh as much as any shippy. But there be things that no man nor beast should ever joke about, and that be a sailor's death. I think we can all agree on this. Nod vaguely. But I am afraid I must tell ye that we have a new problem. Ye may have dealt with the steam pipes, but now we be locked in the wheelhouse. Except ye'll be find the door key in the crow's nest. You know how crows be. I do know how crows be. Now please hurry. Some of the passengers in here be getting hungry, and I don't mean for a nibble on the bendy telescope. Alright, hurry along then. Like a parent's nightmare, Captain Dan can be heard, but not seen. Oh dear. Oh hey. Leaving unattended bags on deck? Now is that a Poseidon do or Poseidon don't? Poseidon don't! Indeed it is. We'll make a sailor of you yet, landwoman. Search the bag. I got a battery. A naval battery. That goes in my belly button. Huh. A beastly crow eyes you with avian bloodlust. Hello? Hello, sir. Oh, God. Sir? I just wanted to say hello. This dirty bag dishonors the deck. Search it. Nothing of value, only scrap of handwritten letter, rest of the paper having succumbed to swamp atrophy. Read it. But having said that, Martha, the boat has taken a sharp and sickening turn into a black and shimmering tear in the sky itself, and I fear we are heading for land with unsafe speed. Grateful if you should call your father and rescue me from this impending unpleasantness. I will get this letter away to you promptly. I am sure that swamps have mailboxes. Why, it's an unopened bag, a blank canvas, a fresh sheet of snow, a beautiful morning, an endless possibility. Open it. Oh, it's just a couple of meat. Gain 2 meat. Probably in some alternate universe, that bag was filled with fabulous treasure. The hand sign on the barrel reads, Bosun, C.C. David, look inside. A brackish soup burbles in the bottom of the barrel. Remains of David, grim and foul-smelling. Well, it's time for some stench armor. Take anything useful. There's little solid left in the liquidated bosun, but this crisp cap has kept its shape. Got an item, sailor's cap. Tucked in its brim, a soggy telegram, which slips from the hat into the goop. Read it. Telegram reads, Mr. H. Longfellow, Riverboat Company. Stop. Hope you well. Stop. Requesting permission to mutiny. Stop. Captain ordering ship into storm. Stop. Says passengers will love it. Stop. Crew plans to mutiny anyway. Just hope you not be mad with us. Stop. So the captain deliberately drove into the storm. Eh? Forget the crows. There's something fishy going on over here. Very fishy. Alright, 3 outhouses, all alike in dignity, i.e. below average. A note on the side of the structure said the standard combination doesn't work. Did Deckhand Pat lock these up again? Examine it. You run your hands lightly across the roof and make out the carpenter's marked initials VH. Either that stands for Valley Hardware or Versatile Hog. If you haven't met the Versatile Hog yet, you don't want any part of that. You don't want any part of that. Open the lock. So Deckhand Pat locked that up again. Or locked that up. I don't want to ruffle that thing's feathers. Fine, but it's Captain Margaret. Speak to Captain Dan. Get him to say the code again. So January 4th, 1845. It's in standard, but the deckhand was the one who locked it up. So we do need to find... Point with frustration is the crow on the sun deck. Profoundly aggrieved, you point in the direction of the giant crow unexpectedly blocking the stairs to the stop deck. Aye, the crows have taken the longer fellow, and made of her proud wooden bones their nest. 'Tis the fate that befell me own mother. I cannot help Ye now, for the same reason I could not help Mama. I am trapped in a boat's wheelhouse. Well, that sounds about right. Alright, so puss I do remember... Uh-oh, I'm steam-proof, it's fine. Deckhand basic is day, year, so it would be 0, because it's the 4th. Year is 4. Month is 0. Day, so 0404 51? Alright, leave this all alone. Alright, so 0, 4, 0, 4, 5, 1? Hey, it worked! Uh-oh. It's another TURDIS. Lock slips from the door, shattering upon the deck like into 1,000 tiny pieces. Inside the stall is a ruined toilet, which is no surprise, but on the back of the door is something quite unexpected. Step through the time portal. Longfellow sun deck in the past. Whew, boy. This is one hell of a thing. I tell you what. I'm going to need some more tea before I even think about dealing with this nonsense. So, I'm going to take a quick break and BRB. Alright, I have got my tea. Hopefully that didn't take too long. I don't think that took too long. You step from the outhouse into a beautiful bay. The sky is blue and bright, the glistening deck freshly swabbed, and the passengers pale, hearty, and freshly swabbed. You exist in a moment of joy, a frozen tear on a warm cheek. Cool beans! Inside the outhouse is something both wonderful and strange. We're not going back in. I've never met Mr. Longerfellow. Perhaps he is too long to meet. Can't interact with these two. Pencil in hand, the passenger muses over his missive. Read what he's writing. The letter in progress, sneak a peek. Oh, Martha, I was never fit to be a husband, so long as my mind was cursed to generate my great ideas. For example, if we twist a cow differently, might we produce not milk, but cheese? I must be freed of our marriage, if I am to pursue this notion. I trust this clears up why I dove out of the car so suddenly. Ah, so it's this schmuck who later ends up writing the letter, pleading her father for help. Well, he dies. If I don't see a whale on this cruise, I will simply throw up. Alright. Top Hat Guy. A fine day for a crab lunch, eh, what? The crowd here is too excited about the stairs to let you through. Which is their way of... I have much longer boat than this at home. This is their way of blocking you off from from going any further here. And... a deckhand stands where the crow was, or rather will. Talk to him. Afraid there's no access to the promenade right now. The stewards are tastefully arranging lunch, and the slightest disturbance could throw off the tastefulness. I think this boat is going to crash. Sea travel is perfectly safe, I assure you. Statistically, it's more dangerous to ride a motorcycle into the ocean. You have to stop this boat. Stop the boat. The captain wouldn't hear of it. He took this charter to show all his guests the time of their lives. That's just what he means to do. All right, what do you make of Captain Dan? Captain's disciplined, all right, no mistake. I like to joke that Dan stands for disciplined and no mistake. Huh. That's a joke you like to make. Correcto. Do you transform into a crow in the future? Hope not. Left my trophies behind in my 20s, like any lad. Well, goodbye. Good cruise to you. Please, ma'am, it'll be just another moment for your crab lunch. The stewards are working overtime to kill the crab. Alright, well, I can't talk to the deckhand and can't go upstairs. Is there a reason for coming here? Yes, in fact, there is. This lovely lady over here. The crown sparkles like a well-brushed tooth of an ice roll. I'm sorry, ice troll, not ice roll. Speak with its owner. A fine cruise, ma'am. Who are you? Who am I? I am multitudes, ma'am. To one I am one thing, to another another. To some I am a riverboat passenger, to others a countess of the city of clocks. Nice crown. Tiara. Where'd you get it? It was gifted to me by a scientist that sacrificed his heart for a city that stopped breathing. What city is that? It is dead and buried. Let it remain thus. You seem interesting. Indeed, I bear many curses. Can I have the tiara? I am sure you can possess it, but I do not believe it can ever be had by anyone. How much for the tiara? It has a price, yes. 100 meat. Cash? That's more straightforward than I expected. I do not tell you what I want, I tell you what the price is. Look, this boat is going to crash. Yes, I think you should not be around here when it does. She has not looked at you once this whole time. Fascinating. So she seems to know that I'm not supposed to be here. Show her the ruined tiara you found in the hull. What do you make of this? She barely glances at the tarnished double of her glorious crown. I have looked upon my bones before, and I expect I shall again. Oh, okay. A fine cruise to you, goodbye. Okay, I'll buy the tiara. You got an item, glorious tiara, spend 100 meat. She abdicates the tiara without ceremony. This is a purchase by you, with the city from its final countess. I will defend it with my life. She turns in silence to face the waves. A fine cruise to you, goodbye. The Countess of the City of Clocks, sans crown. I don't think... I think it is coincidence that I happen to have the same head as her. I don't think that's supposed to be a past version of me. But let's take a look at the glorious tiara. So this one was +1 physical armor. Shiny is the head that wears this crown. +1 mysticality, +1 moxie, +1 physical armor. Well, it's better than the taped-up, comfy, clammy leather aviator helmet by 1 physical armor, which I could... Well, because I taped it up. I'm gonna keep wearing the aviatrix helmet because Rasmussen and I seem to have a good thing going. Inside the outhouse is something both wonderful and strange. Go back in. Aha! The dreadful crow perks right up as you exit through the outhouse. If that beak's good for one thing, it's sniffing out sparkling tiaras. With great agitation, he flaps his giant wings and leaps off the deck right at you. Like a king's sickly second cousin, he wants the crown. He's going to take his shot. I assume if I throw the tiara overboard, he will go overboard and the deck will be free. I don't know what'll happen if I toss the tiara through the time door. I have never done that. I assume the crow ends up in the past and all hell breaks loose, which I don't think would be very fun. I don't think that would be a very nice thing to do to the people in the past. But well, maybe it could stop the longer fellow from sinking. But every time I have kept the tiara, because I promised the Countess of Clocks that I would guard it with my life, I kind of want to throw it through the time door. Chat, what should I do? Should I throw that through the time door? I honestly have no clue what's going to happen. Alright. Yeah, so like I said, I've never actually tossed that into the past. So I don't know what that'll do. Again, I assume the crow would go into the past, but I don't know what implications that would have. The obvious thing is to throw the tiara overboard or to fight the crow. And every time, like I said, I have fought the crow and I have defended the tiara. Okay, little goblin, I have a question that has temporal ramifications. I am on a boat called the Longerfellow, which has run aground in the middle of a swamp. I went back to the past through an outhouse toilet TURDIS thing again, as I am wont to do. And I got a shiny tiara from the Countess of the City of Clocks. As soon as I came back to the present, this giant crow is coming back at me. So I want to know if I should throw the tiara through the time door and see what havoc the crow wreaks in the past, which I've never done before, or if I should defend that tiara because it was a gift from a beautiful lady with my life. I have fought the crow before in both of my previous playthroughs. So what is the little goblin's advice? I know the little goblin is an expert on shiny objects. This is a very, very, very important question. You also love fucking up the timeline. To be fair, the hat that I'm wearing right now is also a gift from a beautiful woman, an aviatrix named Rhonda Rasmussen that I got last time. And she seemed to be flirting with me. So I'm assuming that you want me to fuck up the timelines, so let's throw the tiara through the time door. I've never done this before. With the supernatural whoosh, the tiara is sucked back to whence it came. Undeterred, the crow pursueth. He's gone, lost in time, and destined to become his own grandfather or yours. What now? Well, fuck. I mean, obviously the crow is gone right now. Also, little goblin, you haven't met Simone Chekhov yet. This is Simone Chekhov, a brilliant Robotectronic student from SIT University, Seaside Institute of Technology. I mean, nothing bad can... Let's step through the time portal and see what havoc the crow has wreaked. Oh, God. Well, the crow is dead. Crow is bound and awaits extradition to Sky Court. No need to panic, man. The second I saw that crow lurch from the outhouse, I had him flat on the deck, his wings bound with a secret sailor's knot. You were never in any real danger. Was that crow holding a tiara by any chance? I'm afraid the crow swallowed it in the scuffle, man. Drat. So, alright, you can't get the tiara back for that. It doesn't seem like the crow fucked up the timeline as bad as I thought it would. Well, that wasn't as exciting as I wanted it to be. Oh well. Now we can continue going upstairs. It was disappointing. I thought maybe, just maybe, sending the crow to the past would cause problems and stop this ship from sinking. But anyway, these stairs lead to the top deck where normally only those passengers who have lived virtuous life can ascend. By the way, Dawning, you should probably note that earlier in this very stream, I frolicked around naked while in Mudhenge. It was, something we will tell nobody about. Head up. Oh hey, more crows. You hear about the crow's nest on a boat, and that and the crow's hole. Reach inside the crow's hole. Alright, I got a wheelhouse key. Not the shiniest key you've ever seen, but by crow standards, it's alright. Sounds virtuous to you. It was very virtuous, because the only other option was beating up a bunch of bloodthirsty nudists. Maze of twisty little crow holes. Reach inside the crow's hole. A longer fellow ring. Ring of this longer fellowship. Bush and bramble of the crow's nest. They've claimed the boat's rear. Well, they certainly have claimed a rear. There's no way of knowing how far the crow hole is going. Reach inside the crow's hole. I got crow bullion. Bullion. A bar of gold engraved with the head of a stately crow. Crows use this for money. Interesting. Crow currency still using the gold standard, bless their hearts, while your government is fast moving to a fiat meat system. Longer fellow ring makes me longer. Wheelhouse key is what I was looking for. Oh yeah, look! For every hand you stick your hole in, another crow shows up. All these stairs remind you of Dante and Virgil's journey through a deck of riverboat. But let's see what these crows do. The giant and ghoulish crow asserts unchallenged dominion over the boat's top deck, and he rules not through love but fear. For what is scarier than a crow? Me, I am. What's that? A human outscare a crow? If you figure out a way to do it, then let the rest of us know, would you? For you would be the first in the history of the world. Flex your eyes menacingly, turn your eyes terrifyingly, invent a... Dawning, I think I know which one you want me to do. You want me to invent avian obscenities, so that I teach birds how to swear. Teaching crows to swear is another virtuous thing to do. Alright, invent avian obscenities. The crow pales like a dolphin at the guillotine and scurries as fast as its giant wings can flap. Alone, see? Another crow has made its home on the deck in response to your flagrant rummaging of its crow holes. Fight him to death, scare him to death. I'll fight because I want Dawning to see what Simone brings to the table. And what Simone brings to the table is herself and her little robot buddy that she made herself, because Simone is smart. So I will not defeat everything. I'll just clobber that one crow. And you'll see Simone's got coil discharge and solder. And her robot buddy can also do some blasting. So yeah, Simone is basically like two companions instead of one. Which, I love Molly Buttons. She's great. I did not know Simone Chekhov existed as a companion until this playthrough, because I wanted to do Robotectronics in this playthrough because that's such a me thing to do. Alright, and that got rid of both of the crows. So that's good. Strange marks mar the tiny table's surface. Look closer. Faint impressions of wood are left in the wood, as if someone wrote a letter on this table without first putting something beneath the paper, which is very rude to do if the table is not yours. Read the message. And though the new and very serious captain has not even met us yet, has already made a big stink about my having one beer while we were on charter. I have half a mind to jump ship and take this little table with me, because I own it, and so it's fine for me to write here without anything between the piece of paper and the surface. Uh-huh. Well, fine. No marks on this table surface. If anyone used this to write, they put something underneath the paper, which is commendable etiquette but not helpful to your reconstruction of this historical record. Mount for binoculars, though with the binoculars missing, the opportunities for sightseeing are minimal. Also, you're in a swamp. Look through the mount anyway. A few feet from the riverboat's carcass, a frog is fighting off a heron with a whip. Rarely you afforded such a close view of nature. Skeleton hiding in an apple barrel bobbing along with a few apple skeletons. Uh-huh. Footsteps on the deck. Be it ye, landwoman. Hurrah, sailors. Hallelujah. That's the wheelhouse. The wheel door is around the corner. Alright. At last, the wheelhouse, your compass is going wild, the money must be inside. Oh yeah, by the way, after dancing naked in the middle of Mudhenge, I put my compass on the Hoojamajiggets, and it pointed me here, indicating that a huge pile of meat was in here, so that's why I got here. Knock? Who's got the key, landwoman? Had a sparrow in here. But we ate it, day one, to stave off cannibalism. Alright, at last the wheelhouse. Yeah, unlock the door. Click, clack, the wheelhouse key has come. Wheel home. Go inside. Wait a minute! This isn't what I was promised. What the heck is that stupid puppet majig? I mean, very clearly I was lied to, because the captain said that there were 5 other passengers in here. Compass needle oscillates violently in the presence of this console. Interesting. The creaks reach your ear before the creaker in your ear, before the creaker your eye. Suspended from the ceiling, this he might have, but let's figure out what happened here. Suspended from the ceiling, this boxy thing given motion lurches left, right, and down, straining at the spring is grafted to its back. There's no ship captain, no passengers, no meat. This automaton, this creature, is the only living thing in the wheelhouse, if you call that living. Who are you? Arr, a landwoman in me wheelhouse. 'Tis the day most dreaded by every sailor. A worse fate than a chomping by the chitinous beak of frightful Skyla. I can only guess the boats being on land has imbued ye with extra powers, allowing ye to make it this far. Honestly, it wasn't that difficult. Land powers, as I say. Was I not supposed to rescue you from this wheelhouse? I'm afraid you've been a passenger on me riverboat ruse. Weren't me that needed saving from the steam, the crows and the bugs, but ye that needed killing by them. What have you done, Dan? A machine I be, landwoman, made to follow instructions. Me instructions were to captain this riverboat and show all the passengers aboard the time of their lives. The time of their lives, ye see. Time, meaning beginning, middle, and end. To fulfill me task to its letters, I had no choice but to ram the riverboat into a monstrous swamp and terminate every living soul aboard. Right, some questions. Water away. That's how we say fire away at sea. Any chance you have a huge amount of meat stashed up here? Meat? Ha! I've no use for it. I wonder why Mudhenge sent me here then. Mudhenge, ye be thinking of Stonehenge, landwoman. Why'd you have to try and kill me? I'm not a passenger. Aye, and ye be alright for a landwoman. Har har. Only teasing. But the instructions were to require me to show all aboard the time of their lives. So once ye boarded the craft, ye became me responsibility. Really, I'd say your quibble is with the writers of me instructions, and not with me. So you'll just kill anyone who comes across this boat. Can't promise it, but yar, I'll give it the old college try. Old water college, that is. I'm starting to doubt your command of nautical knowledge. Doubt me command, do ye? Mutinous talk, shut your land lips. Who made you this way? Master Longerfellow had a dream, landwoman, and that was to make most things in his world just a bit longer. Thought he could give his customers a longer journey aboard a riverboat, you see, if the captain weren't a human, with all the attendant problems and flesh, but an automaton requiring neither breaks nor salary. Your logic is a little strained. Your whispering land lies, lassie. What ye believe to be faulty reasoning is mere misfires in your rotten brain. To me, A perfectly correct creature of logic, and a model sailor to boot. I've done what I've done as a captain, what be not just logical, but very, very good and smart. You know you've misinterpreted time of your life. Misinterpret. The only miss I know, landwoman, is that powerful mistress we sailors call the ocean. I be a sailor, you know. If you were a sailor, you'd know your pussy-do's and pussy-don'ts. Aye, what of it? I hardly need a lecture on me pussy-do's from a land leech. Killing your passengers and crew is to me a very big pussy-don't. Captain Dan dangles uncomfortably from his rod rafts. Even I, a landwoman, know that. Captain Dan's round wooden noggin starts to spin like an owl on a merry-go-round. Do you know less about the sea than a landwoman? Ha! Captain Dan's limbs spin and spin, threatening to overheat until, instead, he whimpers into non-existence. He feared you the most, Margaret, and always did. For all his faults of logic, he fancied himself a sailor to his wooden bones. And it is a tenet of nautical prophecy that the only thing that can kill a sailor is a woman from the land. Alright, search about. Well, it wasn't all a lie, though. The bendy telescope was real. You got an item, bendy telescope. You leave Dan shattered into wormwood food. His anchor lane in automaton hell. No longer shall he menace land or sea, and this little patch of swampland is safe once again, if not especially desirable to live. I hope you had the time. It's my riverboat now, buddy boy! Sea captain can only survive so long on land. The wheel's made of plastic. The boat must have been controlled by a Captain Dan's central wooden nervous system. Take the wheel! I assume you mean take it with you, not take control of the ship. Damn it! But I do have the longer fellow steering wheel now. A traditional wooden ship's wheel in a non-traditional location. My pocket. What does a bendy telescope do? Oh. Your enemies will never see it coming, getting knocked in the noggin with a bendy telescope. Not even if they had their own access to their own bendy telescope. Muscle plus 5 physical damage is pretty good. Alright, Dawning. Here's another thing that I'm pretty sure you're going to enjoy. The ship's radio still broadcasts, though only to an empty and derelict riverboat. Swear into the microphone. Despite the radio's limited broadcasting area, the filthy and unprintable words from your mouth blast a horrible smell across the country. And at this exact moment... Yes, use the avian curse words. And at this exact moment, many miles away, a creature's eyes snap open for the first time. The Federal Radio Commission has been born. You've been banned from using the radio. Well, that sucks. But that's funny. Anyway, your compass needle oscillates violently in the presence of this console. Turn off the console. Huh. Just like that, the needle reverts to its normal function, pointing west. So there never was any meteor, just some electrical interference confusing your compass. This would never happen at Stonehenge. And that's the longer fellow. But if you think we're done in Mudhenge... Oh! Well, actually... Let's go back to Mudhenge, because there is, in fact, something that I want to see, or that I want Dawning to see. But you and Simone stopped to investigate an abandoned campsite. Nothing much left. Whoever campus was that came and went long ago must have been quick. This lean-to was made of primo-grade canvas. Hang on a sec. Redoing, shame to let it go to waste. And being both an engineer and a girl who grew up on a farm, I've got a pretty decent repertoire of clothing hacks in my arsenal. After a while or two, Simone has repurposed the canvas tarp into a stylish and durable military-style flight jacket. You watch. Someone will write a novel about this jacket someday. They'll probably get the color wrong, though. Simone's max HP grew by 5. But going back to Mudhenge, I don't have to go back through these, right? You'll see that these arches no longer do anything shenanigan-y, which is good, because I hate those shenanigans. Anyway, with the swamp air now free of the longer fellow's electrical interference, perhaps the compass on the altar is worth another try. Place the compass and really focus on meat again. The needle swings smoothly this time to the southern arch. I'm coming, meat. Where am I? This is an excellent question. I seem to be in a vault of some kind. Several of the boxes here appear to belong to a Spencer Robespierre. Loot them. None of these boxes are locked. Guess they blew the budget on the door. Got an item powdered wig. Looks exactly like human hair, but you just can't get rid of that goat smell. +1 moxie, regenerate 1 extra HP. Cover up the syphilis sores on your scalp and make it fashion. Ew. One of the safety deposit boxes here belongs to an ER Tidyman. Loot it. Got a roll of duct tape. Nice to have something practical mixed in with all the riches. Several of these boxes are reserved to one Chelsea Holston Gottrop. Loot them. It's like just salt here. Salt? I love salt! Huh. All these boxes are empty now. You've already gotten one roll of duct tape that was stored in the safety deposit box. Well, this is disappointing. Anyway, here's the safety deposit box belonging to one Spiral Gershwin. Loot it. An old onion sandwich. They must have wanted to save it for later. That's disgusting. You don't know precisely how long this was locked away in a safety deposit box, but there's really no good answer. It increases your mysticality and max HP by 5 until you eat something. Ugh. This is a very disappointing location, wherever this is. Safety deposit box here in the name of Mitchell Vanderyacht. Loot it. Desiccated moth decays quietly in a drawer. This was supposed to bring me to a lot of meat. Most of the boxes here appear empty, but there's a very tempting one labeled simply Calico Ham. Loot it. You got an item, one woman's trash. Supposedly another woman's treasure, but it sure looks like trash to you. Alright. I was promised lots of meat. One box here named of Cecil Riley Tires. I got a Dead Sea Scroll. Normally something like this would be priceless, but I bet you'll find a way to sell it. It just says sports over and over and over again. Alright. So I can sell that. I guess I could technically sell one woman's trash. Entire row of boxes reserved to one Bug Fairmont. Open it. Hey, 400 meat. Wealth beyond measure, assuming measurement system that ends in 400. Well, that's something, finally. Safety deposit box here. I have no more meat to give. You cleared out Cecil's box already. Nothing but trash from those boxes. Whoever Mitchell Vanderyacht is, he took the trouble to bury a moth for his safety deposit box. Makes you think they're not for very long. Nothing else here. It was just a frickin' onion sandwich. Safety deposit boxes are unused except for one by the name of Ralia Mirza. I got a Gustav's egg. A fabulous Gustav's egg. You thought that all of those had hatched by now. Alright. What does that do? One of 52 unique eggs created by Gustav. It is said that if eggs were ever combined, they would form Gustav's omelet and block out the sun. Deals your moxie and physical damage to an enemy and reduces all of its stats by 5. That's interesting. So, Dawning, you think that I'm in a post office, huh? Careful around the stool, it must be very valuable. I will tell you that you are wrong. I know exactly where I am. And I can't loot the salt. Over here, the impenetrable vault door is secured by a simple latch. Lift the latch. The door is unlocked, and you can come and go as you please. I do please. We are in Securberus Bank. So if you'll recall from several streams ago, we actually made it through the bank's front door, only to find that there was like 12 meat in the register, and some dumbass had put the vault door in backwards. So I tried punching it. I tried kicking it, I tried shooting it, and I tried tying it to a car and driving away, which resulted in, well, this. It did not go as planned, but I could not get in that vault. The only way into that vault is through Mudhenge. And now I can technically go in and out as much as I want, because it says the vault is open to visitors. So guess what? I robbed a bank that was technically out of business. I hope you're proud of me, little goblin. Phew, finally found you. How did you find me? I don't deserve a vault. Well, to be fair, Snowy, I technically didn't deserve it, but I got in there anyway. Are there any more dates for me to look up? No. No. Aha! January 4th, 1845. Aha, there's something about the wrecked riverboat. Today, a new charter riverboat, the Longfellow, was announced. Those possessive sufficient endowment to charter the vessel are guaranteed the time of their lives, according to the boat's owner, Mr. Henry Longfellow, who is the younger and longer brother of poet Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. At the riverboat's champagne christening, the Crystal Dream River, one reporter was heard to joke, "Is there a longest fellow?" To which Mr. Longfellow replied somberly, "No, that is a myth." Well, somebody who definitively has the ways and means and sufficient endowment, in more ways than one, would be the great and powerful Melly, who would definitively go on that boat, and he would absolutely have the time of his life, and Captain Dan wouldn't kill him because he's too smart to deal with automaton, or he's too smart for the automatons. Anyway, Day's paper tells of the disappearance of the charter riverboat Longfellow. All passengers and crews are presumed deceased. Riverboat's owner, Henry Longfellow, is quoted saying, "There are many things that are long, such as boats in some distances, but the longest of all is grief." The article is not much help, but further down there's a coupon for free meat. Clip the coupon! You clip the coupon out, you got an item coupon for free meat. Who would print this? The coupon says you can get 50 free meat, but doesn't say where to redeem it. Could just be any shop? Fair enough. Alright, so, as I was saying, Melly would definitively have sufficient endowment to charter a longboat, and would definitively be someone who most people would want to take on their cruise with them. He is, after all, just a wonderful and marvelous and fine and charming fellow. Oh! Actually, one other thing that I want to show Dawning while she's here. You remember that delicious rift crystal that we got from, that house that wasn't actually a house? I turned it into an amulet. And it's a really good item. Like, if you take a look at that item, right, that's plus 10 max HP and 5 HP regeneration per round. That is such a good... Like, that is an item worthy of the great and powerful Melly. If it wasn't a little goblin snack and precious treasure, I would give it to Melly. As it stands, I might have to find something else to get Melly, because he is very, very, very much worthy of all of the gifts. I do require spooky armor. What kind of accessories do I have for spooky armor? Yes, delicious rift crystals are in fact delicious. You know, I do need spooky armor because there was something very spooky that I was doing in the previous stream. Melly wouldn't be spooked, though. Melly would be, you know, he would be capable of handling the dark and scary basement under Barbara Yargara's house without resorting to anything silly, like panicking or going crazy or what have you. I wish that Melly was here but I'm pretty sure that in this time period, Melly would be dead, and that is a great and terrible shame. Let's go back to my room. You install the Longerfellow's wheel at what you decide is the bow of your room. Ahoy! You set Flemberg's tiny workbench on your desk. Time to get to tiny work. So now I have both a crafting desk, which has cooking with an arcane hot plate, and combat items with a tiny workshop, which is good. I also have this. Steering wheel for my room. Turn it. Oh dear. Yeah, no, probably better keep going straight. I don't want this building to go off course. And, of course, my wonderful crescent throne, courtesy of the Tin Lizzies. Although Big Liz Studebaker wishes she could be as awesome as the great and powerful Melly. And in point of fact, I'll set one of her knights on fire. You know, Melly wouldn't have to resort to all of this nonsense to win at a game of chess. I have to do all kinds of stupid nonsense. I'm probably still going to lose. Melly is just that strong and powerful. You hate I mean, I know you hate going straight, but unfortunately, I'm pretty sure if I tried to steer this building in the lesbian direction... Well, first of all, I'm pretty sure we've established that Margaret is a lesbian at this point, and possibly a nudist. She did also propose to another woman today, but that woman was married. So it didn't work out quite so well. Oh, Dawning, you have not met another interesting companion that I have encountered. So you met Simone, right? You met Simone today. You obviously know the wonderful Molly Buttons. I think you've met Obi the Obo Hobo. And I believe you've met Gabby the Goblin. But there's also Alphonse Gator. Or Alphonse Gatorman. With his cool shades. Alphonse is, well, he's not quite... He's a fascinating character, but I don't think he's as good as Simone. And like I said, Molly Buttons is one of my favorites. So if I wasn't going with Simone, I'd probably be going with Molly Buttons. But there is technically a reason to go with all of the companions. While I'm here, let's talk to Barnaby. The telephone is the radio of the past, but the television is the telegraph of the future. I think maybe you've had enough, Barnaby. When the hen's away, who watches the Eggmen? Okay, so I'm pretty sure that means I've got all the booze that I can get from the swamp. Speaking of the swamp, I should probably go back there. We've got some missing kids and a missing Charles Wallace that I still haven't dealt with yet. By the way, Dawning, the swamp's name is called the Big Moist. Just thought you'd find that, well, I don't know if you'd find that amusing, but I figured you'd find that something. Alright, so I could go to Largemouth Bass and Sons and try to figure out where the two kids ended up. I could go to the Frog Bog and end up in a whole fucking mess of trouble. I could go to the Gatorman Village, because if memory serves, I didn't actually finish dealing with what I wanted to deal with here. Alphonse is... I mean, he's a gator. First of all, most of the Gatormen are trying to kill you. But second of all, Alphonse is a good companion. He can deal scatter damage, but it's spooky damage, and shadow creatures only take one spooky damage, so it's not as good as it seems. I still prefer Simone, and if I wasn't going with Simone as a companion, I'd probably go with Molly Buttons. Anyway, well, there's something you don't see every day. A big haunch of raw meat hanging from a tree branch in the middle of a swamp. At least I don't see that every day. Maybe you spend more time in swamps than I do. Anyway, not wanting to let a perfectly good haunch go to waste, you approach it, and with a cartoonish sploing, you and Simone find yourselves trapped in a big net hanging from the tree. Well, dang it. Lose. Tear myself loose with 6 muscle. Fortunately, the net is rather shoddily constructed. It's just made of vines, and heck, if you're going to let some stupid vines get the better of you, after a short struggle, you manage to tear the net open, and you and Simone drop free and escape with the goods. Got an item, Swamp Haunch. Also, I don't think you were here when I said that this swamp is called the Big Moist. $13 muscle. How much muscle do I have? I've got 10. Well, now I've got 13. Rolling Stone gathers in mass. I need 14 muscle. I may need 15 muscle to do what I need to do. I don't think that there's another way for me to do that without messing with my food. Though honestly, Sinister Precipitate. Honestly, the can of fruit cocktail isn't bad, but I'd prefer to save this for another time. Also, Margaret's now wearing short shorts. I mean, it says sport shorts with the initials SIT on the butt. It's short shorts. Oh, the Amethyst choker is an accessory, so that'll get me nothing, because I was already wearing the monster sash. Oh, boy. Okay. Well, let me go back to my usual stuff. So, Aviatrix helmet. And not the sports shorts. The kitchen britches. There is, in fact, something that we haven't done here yet. So I suppose we can do this. Dawning has not met the Gatorman in full force yet. So here are Gatormen. Well, okay. Here is this, which is fun. The beasts are too enthralled by the strange obelisk to notice me. Should I fight the Gatormen, or should I let them stare the strange obelisk? Obelisk. It's a tormentor. Probably. Anyway, most Gatormen are decidedly not as friendly as Alphonse. These Gatormen would in fact try to kill me. Alphonse hates them. Alphonse hates basically pretty much every Gatorman except his family. And at the moment he actually does not like his family either, because his family's gone cuckoo. His son is in a rebellious streak, his daughter has gone into a killing frenzy and tried to kill him, and his wife also is trying to kill him. He probably deserves it, but his wife basically, he went home, his wife basically called him a stupid baka, and tried to hit him with a rolling pin. Alright, I should kill the Gatormen. They're not goblins after all. Oof. Well, that thing just clobbered Clarence, which is not great. You can see the Gatormen are strong. Well, at this point now for Alphonse and Clarence, they killed the robot. So, it's the Gatorman Rage Jerk, it's the Gatorman Rot Tooth, the Young Venomous Spider, the Gatorman Weed Lord. Up here we've got the Gatorman Mush Muncher, and then Gatorman Scream Mouth. I will do what I usually do, which is Stilt and Splatter. One thing that I will point out that's really, really funny, and that you can do with those Gatorman Rage Jerks, if you are a Pig Skinner. Pig Skinners have a fun ability, similar to my Stilt and Splatter, Parmesan Missile, and all that other stuff. Their ability is called Stop Hitting Yourself, and it basically does damage to the opponent for... Oh, hey, I'm out of AP. That doesn't happen very often. For their muscle. So you can deal with that Gatorman, right? The Gatorman Rage Jerk. You can attack it repeatedly with that move, and every time you do, it plus 3s its own muscle stat, meaning that every time you do it, it gets more powerful, which is really funny. Alright, see you later, Gatorman. 19 XP, 85 meat, Gatorman Stick, Nasty Pastry, and Swamp Mushroom. Well, hooray for that. More Gatorman, which means more spiders. Ow. That kind of hurt. Ow. All of that kind of hurt. I think that killed my spider. Alright. Clarence is avenged, yes. And I just keep smacking stuff with cheese. Because cheese is the most powerful weapon known to personkind. Alright. Man, I am out of AP again. This is gonna attack... Yeah, this is going to attack Clarence. Must be more lactose intolerant than me. You know what I can do? I refuse to let this stand. I don't use combat items very often. Take this! Grease bomb! Aha! That'll learn ya. And no matter what I do, this Gatorman is not one that I can attack, because he's just too either stoned out of his mind or busy reading. Which is fair. Now, I have a question. Should I go through this strange rift in time and space? Which kind of reminds me of Dark Noel's hat. I feel like I should. I feel like Dark Noel would not be happy if I miss Dark Noel. Huh. You think Simone can see a ghostly version of you, just like you can see one of her, but you otherwise can't interact. There was nothing else in here, right? Still fascinating. There's this. Still weird. Simone can and does follow you because she can see a ghostly version of you. And you've got this, a short and stubby finger of eldritch energy. What does that do? Well, that moved that thing to here, and that plops me right in here, which is where these guys are. This is the Infinite Gatorman Fighting House, and you'll note this is where that muscle, that boulder is that I put in front of it. Here is a long and knotty finger of Eldritch Energy. So you see that the long one controls which hut is shown, right? Which hut you have access to here, and the short one kind of dictates where the the obelisk goes. So Huzuma, what's his name that I found last time was over here. The ghostly fellow. So try it again. And that puts me in this house. And there's a guy over here. Curious, the tree is here, but none of that other junk the Gatorman had gathered. Weird indeed. Very weird indeed. Well, that looks terrifying. You are not alone in this place. Say something. Oh, God. Oh, God, I'm talking backwards. Wait, I don't like the sound of that. I can see everything. You can't expect me to understand that. In the portal. In the portal, I can see everything that ever was and ever will be. Everything that is to be known in our world. In this one, and all the worlds in between. He's saying that in that portal, he can see everything that ever was and ever will be. Everything. So they translate it. I was just reading the backward text because I've gotten so used to that shit from when I have to flip my screen upside down. Anyway, wow, let me take a look at that shit. Won't even look at you, the portal commands his entire focus. According to the floating man, all the worldly knowledge is contained in this swirling, convulsing star field, kind of supra-terrestrial library. Look inside. Your eyes bend to the writhing contours of the deep black and star-smeared tunnel, preparing nervously to receive the sum of all human and extraterrestrial knowledge. You gain 6 XP. The tunnel's bright center, you see a field, a cow, and you see a field and a cow suckling a puffin. The farmer is watching. Yeah, anything else in there? Doesn't seem like it. That's fine, but I was hoping to find all world knowledge. There's nothing you're looking for in there. Buddy? What the hell kind of shit were you smoking? Floating Man doesn't seem to react to your presence. The portal affords him a window to the curious world that commands his complete attention. I don't think that portal contains the sum total of all worldly knowledge. I think it's just letting you look at a farm where a cow is nursing a puffin, and there's a farmer standing nearby and watching. That's all that's happening. He blinks backward. You're really enjoying that. Huh? Can't leave. Can't leave? Why not? Midnight Man. You can't leave because of the Midnight Man? Yes. Midnight Man. What the hell is a Midnight Man? Dawning? What is a Midnight Man? What is a midnight man? Man who exists for 1 minute a day at midnight. Oh, I see. He's not terrifying, then. Handling his divorce proceedings kind of annoying. Oh, that explains how you know him. You were his divorce attorney. The void of shadow space is infinite, or at least goes on enough to be very boring. So where is this midnight man? Where did that put the house? I don't see any houses no more. Doesn't exist right now, not till it's not midnight. So if I go back here, there's nothing. Nothing over here either. Well, I think I have a solution to this problem. Maybe. If I put that there, and I poke that, does that put the portal in here? Yes, it does. Hey, buddy, follow me. The thing is right there. See? See? And yeah, this is the guy that we're interacting with over there. Solution was to found a clock so it was always midnight. Well, the clock is broken. Right? The clock is here. Set it to midnight. I couldn't. I tried. I poketh. It just said that it was grandfather's clock. Oh, but to be fair, let's actually set this to midnight. Because we've got the hands of a clock here. Uh-oh, it's midnight, man. What the heck? Hello? Sir? Sir? I must insist that you let that man go. Sir? Sir? Are you still here, sir? Sir? The sneaky little devil prances around like a jester given free rein at court. This must be the Midnight Man. Whatever mischief is transpiring in this realm, you sense he is the lord of it. You know what? You can keep this guy. Ha 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 ha! Is that a yes? Oh, and don't call me Shirley. Oh, is this funny to you? Hello, Midnight Man. You're gonna run into the building again, aren't you? So, alright, the thing to do... I think is make sure there is no building. I'll catch you. I'll catch you, you little stinker. Where'd he go? Oh, he may not want to do that until... So it's not make sure that there's no building, it's put building over where this portal is. I see. Midnight Man gonna want to run into that building. Alright, and Midnight Man runs into the building. Let's see. Chase him through. Aha! Ah, darn. So I did not have enough muscle. I need 14 muscle for do that. This is not Let's Go Eevee. Let's Go Eevee was this morning. There was much suffering. And chaos. And hi, KR. Alright, you know what? She'll watch that later. Yes, just make sure that you watch it within, like, 2 weeks, because that's just gonna go bye-bye fairly quickly. I want to deal with this, so I will give myself as much muscle as I can. Let me see. I want to keep my potion. I can go get another one of those things from... Well, okay, I've already got +1 muscle from food. Oh, I'm only +1 mysticality and +1 moxie. Never mind, I can get +1 muscle from that. So... Alright, I'm going back to the bar. Weird time to go back to the bar, but I'm going back to the bar. For some reason, I thought that I had +1 mysticality and +1 muscle from my drink, but I did not. So I want the tequila with the cola and an olive. Good. That puts me at 14 muscle. Is there another way for me to get... Nope, because I've already got that equipped. I don't want to ditch the potion that I've got. That's the only thing that I have that doesn't have muscle at this point. Oh! Wait a minute. I know how to get myself more muscle in a very stupid way. Decline, because it's gonna be soggy, wet Crimbo. Fight them. Alright. And clearance is gone. So, here's what I'm gonna do. Because I am a genius. Give up. I surrender. Covered with scabs. You lost you. That really ticks you off. How those ticks off to you. You wait for a few minutes for your wounds to scab over. Fight the bats. Surrender again. You lost. Your defeat comes silently, except for you going, ow, ow, ow. You realize that winning is better than losing, and you resolve to do better in the future. You gain in effect trying again. Check it out. Throw my haunch of meat at them. Sure. Okay, fight them. Which again means more spider. You can probably guess what I'm going to do, by the way. I surrender to the horrible tentacles. You lost, still your logic was impeccable. You take a moment to consider your failure. I do want to actually show something. Right? All of this nonsense what I am doing. Covered with scabs is plus 3 HP. Trying again is plus 1 AP. Contemplative is plus 1 mysticality. So I'm gaining stats by doing this. Your wounds have healed into stronger skin, disgusting, clotted, discolored skin. Losing that fight filled you with determination. You're determined that in the future you should try winning fights instead of losing them. You're thinking about the fight you lost and how much that sucked and how much you don't want to lose anymore. Well, guess what, buddy girl? You haven't gotten the plus 1 muscle one yet, so we're gonna lose some more. Yes, that is quite hilarious. You actually get positive effects from... you actually have to get into the battle. You lost. It's a good thing the brute didn't save room for dessert. Losing that fight made you real mad. Gain a perk angry. But there actually is reason to lose. Now, if I just hit surrender when I was in the main screen, teach you to clearing a band of Cub Scouts sings fight songs around a fire. Scout leader waves you down. I don't know which way is which in this damn swamp, he whispers. Shows you a compass. Can't find the damn North Star. Been leading these boys in circles for 3 days. If they figure me out, pal, won't be marshmallows. They're toast tomorrow. Teach them how to read a compass. You remind him that the directions north and west were effectively switched at the turn of the century. Yes, comeback mechanics. And that he ought to be looking for the West Star. Claps you on the shoulder. Got it. I'd like to see him disrespect me now. He turns and walks face first into a beehive. Oops. Didn't give you enough money, so more money from that guy. Okay. I'm going to tear myself loose because I want the swamp haunch, but if I hit surrender here, I get the shit beaten out of me, and that would be a negative perk. But if I actually get into the fight and then surrender, then I get the positive perk. I believe there's only one more positive perk that I get, though, so I believe this will be the last time that I do this. You lost. Your defeat comes silently except for you going, ow, ow, ow. You totally lost that fight on purpose. You don't even care. Aloof. Alright. Oops. I actually wanted to hit L. And we go to perks, or sorry, effects. These are just effects. So contemplative +1 mysticality, angry +1 muscle, aloof +1 moxie. So now, incidentally, I have 15 muscle. Back to the Gatorman village. Arrgh, you've accidentally walked right into a huge swarm of gnats and flies that are buzzing super loud, and actually they've got a pretty good beat going. Those tiny musical instruments? Is that a locust with a fiddle? What is even going on? Join them! You swing your hips and give the swarm a little old soft chew and a jaunty whistle. The insects are super into it, despite the fact that you kill several of them every time you clap your hands. And the whole show eventually winds to a close. They leave you a tip as they buzz away. Sweet! Alright, push that there. Oh, that's actually true. I want to move that. Midnight Man's back here, by the way, for reasons that I suppose only he knows. There we go. Push! What potions do I have? By the way, Dawning, I have a Hex Rock helmet, which is really funny. Hell, I've got loose radiation. That's potentially something good. I also do have that. The Radium Rouge is okay. They're not as good. Definitely not as good. But I can potentially get behind using either Radium Rouge or Loose Radiation. Well, again, what effect do I currently have for... See, that +1 max AP is not something I want to get rid of. Alright, well, we'll see if this works with that in the way as is. So now I gotta chase Midnight Man back. To the house. And he runs right in. Right, Obelisk isn't there. Obelisk is somewhere else. There we go. All right, you tiny little critter. I got yous this time. Aha! That was enough. Well, 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 well. Something has changed in the devil's demeanor. The antic hopping has ceased, replaced with perhaps a sobriety, a maturity. You. I spent so long thinking what I would do to you who trapped me in this cage, as my hungry mind turned over thoughts of disembowelment and exsanguination. I was drawn more and more to the walls of my prison. Why, there is such life here. Consider the growth of your intrepid peat moss, the burble of the cheeky bog water. Your world is simply beautiful. It is. I never knew there could be such beauty as this. Had I known, my goodness, had I known, I would have lived much differently. I would have truly lived. Thus I renounce mischief in all its forms. I dedicate my life to the care and cultivation of your glorious flora. I will become a, how do you say it, garden-har? Yes, that's how we say it. I will become a garden-har. What did you do to that man in the first place? Mr. Jeffers. Oh, I did not ask for him. He came into my house, started crawling around my web. I promised to show him the secrets of the universe, but made him watch the scene of a cow giving its milk to a puffin. That's disgusting. It's true. My sense of humor is delightfully sick, but as I say, no longer. I renounce it all. Now, how about letting Mr. Jeffers go? Yes, I think that particular show has gone on long enough. Allow me to bring down the curtain and send him home. He burps. It's long and very loud, and he looks at you apologetically while he does it. After 3 minutes of sustained noise and eye contact, it's over, and the gateway to his dimension is vanished. It is done. Now help me move this boulder out of the way, and we might both be free. Yes, let's. Drained of all metaphysical energy, this is now just a lousy obelisk. It torments me. Pretty easy to make this song creepy by placing it in disturbing context, but they really outdid themselves here. Alright, so let's see what's over here. Oh goodness. Hi, Mr. Jeffers! The man you saw in faded form, floating in the shadow rift before you now as flesh and bone. You freed him! Hooray! You gained 30 XP. His fierce black eyes fix you with a wild glare. You, what time it is? Hold on, let me check my totally uncursed pocket watch. What year? 1928. Right, okay. And I've been gone for 26 years. I'm going to need you to fill me in on everything that's happened since 1902. I will do that. You provide a concise history of the last quarter century. Okay, thanks. Is that all right? Yeah, that's fine, thank you. Disappointing to hear the Watchful Eyes closed its doors. Time to find a new job, apparently. At least the world always needs reporters. Who are you? Nose Jeffers, reporter. Your name is Nose? My nickname is Nose. They calls me that because I knows everything. Once I've done my research and talked to my sources... Yeah, maybe his wife will take him back now that he's a gardener. Dawning, you should probably tell his... Well, actually, I don't trust you to tell his wife about it. You'd probably end up seducing his wife. What's your real name? I'm the reporter here. What's your real name? Nose Jeffers. He chuckles his first laugh in 26 years, clearing cobblers from the show. That's funny. I like it. Punkish disabuse. Never lose that. What were you doing out here? I came here in 1901 to investigate. Tried really hard during the divorce. You tried really hard to seduce his wife, or you tried really hard to get her to take him back? I came here in 1901 to investigate reports of a strange obelisk in the swamp. It was strange, all right. Took me to a new world where I met the Midnight Moon. He promised to show me all the knowledge. You understand, for a reporter, that's an impossible offer to resist. It's just the greatest mysteries of history, you know, like Neptune. What do you think's going on up there? Well, I did not take an astronomy minor, but... You tell me, man. I can't because I don't nose. I certainly didn't learn anything from what the Midnight Man showed me, but I did think that if I stared at that cow and puffed long enough, the answers I saw it would reveal themselves to me. And did they? No. Maybe if I'd kept at it for longer. It was one teat I never got a great look at. I have to go. Will you be alright? Tell you, after 26 years, what I was looking at, there's one thing I need, and that's a drink. I sure am not talking about milk. Oh, I forgot to tell you about the prohibition. Damn, they finally pulled the trigger on that, huh? Oh, I do know a place. Goblin House. Look it up. Thanks, friend. I feel comfortable calling you friend at this point. See you there, maybe. Oh, I should give you something for your trouble, huh? Grover Burgess, our old EIC. Don't know if he's still around. He liked to put out a special edition on his birthday, August 5th. The one we did a few years back, well, 1900, really broke the bank. If you can find it, I bet that'd be worth a lot of money now. Interesting. Well, good luck out there. With that, he departs, wading through the swamp water and into the world for the first time in over 2 decades. So wait, you weren't able to seduce the Midnight Man's wife? Color me surprised. Alright, good. Wait, no, now I'm just not wearing pants at all. That's not good. So that's everything we can do at the Gatorman Village. We did rescue Nose Jeffers, which is a nice thing to do. Seemed like she was just a little too heterosexual to be interested. Well, that's a shame. I thought demons and little goblins would get along fairly well. Let's return to the monster shack, because I do have 2 more items to give those little kids. Ugh, here's a grisly sight. The carcass of some kind of swamp animal covered in huge ticks. Oh no, wait, some of them are buzzing around in the air. Are they actually wasps? Well, haha, turns out both things can be true. They're tick wasps, which are notable for being the only insect that can stab you with both ends. I'ma fight them! And this time, I'm not going to surrender. You know what? That's fair. It does occasionally happen that people aren't interested in relationships, but they can be good friends. These insect colonies have a ton of HP. But I have sufficient AP. And it goes bye-bye a go. I got a wasp clasp and some extra blood. Always good to have a little extra blood, wouldn't you say? Alright, my friend. Hey, I caught that chupa naranja you were after. It looked pretty fierce, but the trap did the job. Wow, that's great. Now we have real proof for why there aren't any oranges in the swamp. Sure. Anyway, here's its nostril. Neat. I'll wear it as a ring. Okay. Don't go near that part of the swamp for a while. It was really mad. Extra blood would, I suppose, make new tea. Or good tea. At least from your perspective. Hi, did you find the smell of the wisp? I sure did. Please don't open the jar while I'm in the room. That bad, huh? Wonder if it's gotten stronger since I met it. Well, anyway, thanks for your help. We hand over the nose trumpet she lent you and the jar of foulness you collected. Kid takes your sash and pins another badge to it and hands it to you. Excellent. So now I've got +1 muscle, +1 mysticality, +1 moxie, +5 to max HP, and +20 to meat drops. And there's still 1 badge that I don't have on my Monster Club sash. Admittedly, I still like the Rift Ring Amulet, or the Rift Crystal Amulet better, but that's Dawning Snack, so it doesn't really belong to me. Barbara's hut. I need to go to her basement and scary, spooky stuff. Fuse box is broken beyond repair. You have no choice but to dwell in the darkness. Alright. Colorful clown pants and creepy locket. Go deeper. I don't think this is enough spooky armor, by the way. It does allow me to get to this shadow rift, though. Oh god. A crow. The bird speaks in an eerily articulate human voice. It is what? Starve you, it eat you if. It need rich, and it have the poor. Shadow then darker, and infinity then greater is it. Intuit the answer. You think for a moment. Nothing. The answer is nothing. Correct. Hooray. Another crow. The bird speaks again. It is what? Eclipse every surrounds and beer your fills it. It for use has no shadow. The though space and time of end the and everything of beginning the is it. Does make sense. The answer is the letter E. Though the answer is the letter E. Correct. Hooray! Speak again, crow. The bird speaks. Its voice sounds louder and farther away. It is what? Near is it? All-consuming is it? Inevitable is it? Intuit the answer. You are filled with terror. The shadow. The bird nods and fades away. Hooray! Huh. I don't have Shadow Taint level 3. Well, that's fine. Who needs an egg anyway? Pretty sure you've reached the back wall by now. I'll go deeper. Makes sense why she keeps this thing in the basement. Turn back. That's a lot of rats, and are they whispering, get out? You can hear that, right? It's not just me. Go deeper. Don't particularly want to know what this puddle consists of. What about this puddle? The ground has started to shake and bits of dirt are falling from the ceiling. The rumbling noise almost sounds like someone growling, "Your soul is mine." Seems like bad news. Go deeper, damn it! I need more spooky armor. Where am I going to get more spooky armor? Lady, that basement of yours is whack. I swear there's a book or a something I can get that basically gives me spooky armor, kind of like the book that gives me hot armor and sleaze armor. I just don't know where that is. Wondering if that's at SIT. But alright, we're stalled there for the moment, so... the frog bog? Surely nothing can go wrong in a bog full of frogs. Yeah, this looks pretty normal. Yeah, this looks pretty normal. I'm going back to the bus stop. Actually. Ocean City. Was it a ring that gives me spooky armor that you've got? No, but that accessory does have more spooky armor than the one that I have. So that'll at least get me to 4 spooky armor, I think. Alright, Dawning, I appreciate you stopping by, and I hope you feel better and get a lot of rest, little goblin. Be well, and feel better. Throw out my trash. Was that the one woman's trash? Yeah. Okay. So I probably could sell it, but I got 5 XP for it instead. That's fine. Okay. Is there anything I can do about them? A shadow banishing? Well, that's not what I want. I want more spooky armor. I don't think 4 is enough. But FYI, the frog bog is not as simple as it might appear. It really can and will lead you into a massive frickin' mess. I don't think 4 spooky armor is enough, but let's see. We've already seen this. We've already seen this. What's your bookcase? Must be the original Barbara Yarger's magic book. Unfortunately, it's dark as the inside of a dog down here. Well, something interesting is happening. Yep, I need 5 spooky armor. I'm just a little short. Ground is shaking even more violently, furiously even. Walls howl, "Die, fool!" at you as rocks fall from the ceiling and threaten to bury you alive. You know what? Is there a food that I can eat to get spooky armor? That's a potion. That's a potion. Why are these potions? I don't want to give up my potion. There's gotta be another way to get spooky armor. Just something that I'm forgetting. Check it out. Fight them. Even though I'm not wearing my best equipment, it'll still manage. Also, that's 2 more spiders, which I believe puts us at 301. It should be relatively easy to take these guys out. Especially thanks to Donnie T's help. Poke! With the fish zester. Weed Lord Fetish Gator Punch. What does the Weed Lord Fetish do? Huh. Basic food. Aha! Okay, that works. I can deal with the burrited later. Burgerlessness. I knew there had to be a way to do this. We're fine. We should have plenty of spooky armor now. Alright, ground is shaking even more violently. Furiously, even the walls howl, "Die, fool!" at you as rocks fall from the ceiling, threatening to bury you alive. 5 spooky armor. Grab the seed and get out of here. Item, bag of bird seed. Ah, you should plant this if you want to grow a field of birds. Oh. It's fine. I got your bird seed. That basement is scary. Here's your sack of bird seed. You kind of undersold how scary it is down there. Sorry about that. Maybe I can learn the charm to keep the mice away. And the voices, the bleeding walls. Huh, doesn't sound familiar. Maybe your flashlight was acting up. Anyway, thanks. Here's the feather I promised. Thanks. Yeah, you continue to need all that spooky armor if you're going to be going in here. Still can't get any of the books, which is a shame. Can't take any more bird seed either. This is one creepy basement. Also, it occurs to me, I don't need the extra muscle that Burrited was providing because I've done what I needed to with the muscle. So I should have... Yeah, that'll do. That gets my mysticality back to where I want it. And I can get rid of all of my spooky. Actually, I would love to try something, but I did it in a stupid way. What I should have done was I should have tried to get rid of the spooky armor. Okay. So I don't have any spooky armor right now, right? Yeah, no spooky armor. I'm sure it's fine. Oh god, the wall is bleeding here. Scariest thing about this is the kerning. Alright. Let's just go back to Monster Shack. Honk! A thundering honk rattles the area. Birds flee, fish hide. You do not know what creature gave this honk, but you know the rules of the you know it rules the swamp through fear. Honk back! Honk! You cry. For a moment, all life in the swamp is still. Then a short, grudging honk comes back. Honk. That's a honk of respect. Respect between honkers. All right. Hi, any luck getting a feather from Barbara Yargra? You mean from one of her birds, right? Right, yeah, she doesn't have feathers herself. We established that. Good, just checking. Here you go. Wow, thanks, lady. What'd she like? She was pretty nice, actually. Don't go into her basement, though. Kid takes your sash, pins another badge on it, hands it back to you. Monster Club sash. 35 XP. And now I can use one additional combat item per round, which is helpful. And with that, Boris accepts me. New cat unlocked. I believe he gives you spooky armor, but now I have Boris, the cat, whom I'm sure Dawning would have loved to have met while she was here. On to the frog bog. We've got an hour. I might be able to figure this crap out in an hour. Hello, froggies. Ribbit. Frogs are talking. Ribbit, buddy. Help. Ribbit, buddy. Hey. Ribbit. 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 Buddy. 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 Hey. Buddy. Hey. Ribbit. Help. Hey. Speak to the frogs. You clear your throat. There was a frog in it. Haha. Maybe don't use that joke when talking to the frogs, though. Hello, frogs? Ribbit, not humans. Ribbit, not ribbit, humans. Frogs, humans. What? Talking to frogs was not on your list of expectations for today. You address the frogs again. Frogs are not humans, right, I know that. We, ribbit, are humans. Dummy! You scowl at the frogs. You don't have to be rude about it. It's not like I meet humans trapped in frog bodies every day, you know. How did this happen? God, ancient quarry, God, quarry, God, ancient statue, frog, ancient, God, cave, curse, quarry, Okay. You struggle to make sense of the cacophony. It's kind of hard to understand you with everybody talking all at once. Why are you all talking? Mind share, all share, single mind, single share, frogs, share, mind, single, all, frogs. Okay. All frogs share a single mind. Wow, that's incredible. This changes Actually, you can't think of any significant consequences to what you've just learned. You try to remember the last time you interacted with a specific frog as an individual, and it was... that biology class. Probably best not to bring that up. What's that like for you? Gross. Hate it. The worst. Gross. Sucks. Hate it. Gross. Awful. Gross. The worst. Sucks. Hate it. Gross. The worst. Sucks. It sounds like they're having fun. Huh. Yeah, that's about what I'd expect. Is there some way I can help you? One of the larger frogs hops up to you and coughs loudly. Ew. A shiny green object flies out of its mouth and sinks into the water. Grab it. Ew. You roll up your sleeve and plunge your hand into the nasty water. Your fingers find a hard object, which turns out to be... Ow! Shiny! Gleaming emerald. You turn back to the frog. What should I do with this? A second frog approaches and belches up a soggy piece of paper. You decide to just look at it instead of touching it with your hand. It appears to be a shipping label from a nearby quarry. Location unlocked. Haim Quarry. Ribbit. Careful. Lock, ribbit. Careful, ribbit. Lock. Careful, careful. Ribbit. Lock. Good. You should probably go to the Haim Quarry and figure out what to do with that emerald. I mean, I could just sell it. This is the most beautiful thing a frog has ever barfed at you. It makes sense. Alright, so we went to the Feldman Quarry before. Now we're back going to the Haim Quarry. Oh, this swamp really stinks. Barf, barf. Is there a scientific reason for that? Well, yeah, I mean, there's a scientific explanation for everything. That's what science is. Chemistry isn't my specialty, but I think basically it's because decaying plant matter produces methane, and that mixes with sulfur in the mud, resulting in pessimal smellification. That's flammable, though, right? You use to power your robot. I don't want my robot to smell like egg farts, but here, if you want to experiment when I'm not around, I'll bottle some for you. Oh dear. Haim Quarry help wanted. What the hell? This guy seems a bit, talk to him. Hi there. Ribbit? This might seem like a strange question, but do you know anything about a curse? Ribbit? Your attitude says no, but your everything else says yes. Ribbit? Something peculiar is going on here. There's a note on this door. Drive efficiently. Excess gas will be deducted from your paycheck. Foreman Mess Hall Bunk. Does that say bunks or bunk? No, that says bunks. Uh-oh. This is either a guy who thinks he's a frog or the soul of a frog trapped in the body of a guy. A really good method actor rehearsing for the Toad of Toad Hall. Talk to him. Hi, excuse me? Ribbit? Have you seen any cursed frog idols around? He sticks his tongue out as the fly buzzes past and seems confused and disappointed by its length. Whew, boy, okay, good luck. Ribbit. Hello? Here's another one of those froggy men. Hi. Ribbit? If I asked you if you were a frog trapped in a man's body, would you have any way to answer that question that I would be able to understand? Ribbit? I guess I don't know what I was expecting. Ribbit. Simone, what the fuck is going on here? Alright. Hello? This lady seems real nervous about something, although the way she's hopping around on the floor makes it difficult to judge her body language in a regular way. Talk to her. Hi, ma'am. Ribbit? Can you tell me, can you communicate to me in some way anything about a curse? Ribbit? Oh, jeez. Please don't do that thing with your neck. Ribbit, leave. Well, there's a radio here. Some cruel soul turned this radio to static and then walked away. If I hadn't used Rufus's gadget majig on enough radios, this would be a radio that I could use it on. My oil in the lamp is dried up. Huh. There's only one bed. The S on that bunk sign must have been a typo. Well, that sucks. Here's been converted into a very uncomfortable bed. Presumably these lockers were where the employees kept their personal possessions. Check them out. Frog Lady's watching and seems real agitated. Better leave them alone. The door is locked so the food won't escape, presumably. Well, that's pleasant. Hat? This hat rack is dressed like a cowboy. Take the hat. I got an intimidating Stetson. When you see a guy wearing a hat like this, you think to yourself, this guy has a good sense of style and is probably about to punch me for no reason. +1 muscle, +1 moxie, the 2 M stats that I don't give a damn about. But still, good hat. Very good hat. Personnel files for everybody who works at or has ever worked at this quarry. Check them out. You give the files a quick rifle through. They tend to be very thin. People who are hired then quit real fast. There's only a handful of current records. They aren't very interesting. Look up Margaret Eckelberg. What? You don't work here. I still don't really believe you worked at that gas station or that restaurant. Look up Margaret Eckelberg. Fine. You flip through the folders and, Holy crap, there you are! Margaret Eckelberg. What the heck? Yeah, I get around. You give the files a quick rifle through, they tend to be very thin, blah blah blah, they aren't very interesting, and then of course, unbelievably, there's your employment file. Hooray! It's the foreman's desk, presumably dig through it. You find a key labeled mess and a gun labeled Bess in 2 different drawers. Got an item, Haim Quarry, Mess Hall Key. Got an item, Bess. There's some papers and stuff, none of it seems significant to you. This is both the foreman's gun and his wife. That's a disappointing wife. Not a bad item for a jazz agent, though. This is all that stands between a quarryman and his dinner. A painting of a safe. Is that meant to be a reverse psychology? Look behind it. You push the painting aside and find, surprise, a safe. Unfortunately, it's a key-type safe and you don't have the key. Not the combination lock would have been much better. You could have twiddled the dial and hoped to get lucky. Your assumption was correct. It's a bookshelf full of books. Investigate. It's all books on management with titles like Shaking the Invisible Hand, You Deserve More, and How to Get Blood Out of the Turnips You Hired. Man doesn't look very happy to be a frog, or the other way around, or whatever. Hi there. Ribbit. Nice suit. You look like a fancy guy. Ribbit. I guess you basically won the frog lottery, huh? Ribbit. Remains of a fancy meal with fancy condiments. Alright, to the mess hall! Here we go. You leave the key in a nearby windowsill. Go on in. Oh god, as advertised, it's a mess. Ha! From the looks of the crust on these dishes, the food here wasn't very good even before it spoiled. This table is swarming with flies. This range doesn't even have a gas line connected to it. I guess you could warm something up to room temperature. Looks like these people got so hungry they started eating cabinet doors. Search the last remaining drawer. Got an item, self-adhesive ribbons, and a comfy hat lining. Well, that's nice. Jeez, though. What a depressing place this is. Man, if I worked here, which I totally and absolutely did, I would know how much of a shithole this place is. Well, might as well see what's in here. This is probably not important. Judging from the smell and thick cloud of flies, this is not a place for a good time. Let's not go back there unless you have a really good reason. It's a place for a good time! It's a crude but large statue of a frog. Looks pretty old. It has a single glowing emerald eye. I could mess with it. Let's talk to this guy first. This frog person seems more cheerful about the situation than the others you've seen. Talk to him. Hey, don't touch that. Ah, a talking... man? That's right. I am a human man and not a frog at all. I have reason to believe that you're actually a frog in a man's body, somehow. Well, it's my body now and I'm keeping it. I don't need any dry skin leg walkers coming in here and... Holy hop, you've got the missing eye. This big emerald? Yeah, I was just noticing that it looks an awful lot like the other one. Okay, I absolutely need you to step away from the statue, right hopping now. You don't want me to fix it? You don't want me to fix it? It looks pretty important. It's very important. It's an ancient idol of the frog god, and when the humans blasphemed against it by removing that eye, this particular human right here, I might add, they were cursed with the great croaking one's righteous fury. Oh, so that's why all the people here are the frogs, and that bog nearby, yeah, you guessed it, it's the old Freaky Friday routine. I don't know what that means. Forget about it. The point is the humans did the crime, so now it's the frog's time to shine. And if I put the eye back... If you put the eye back, it undoes the curse. Yeah. Oh, hop. I maybe shouldn't have told you that. Those frogs, people, really want their bodies back. Well, so hopping what? Hop them! Well, we had avian curses, we had me swearing on the radio, and now we've got frog curses with this guy telling you the humans to hop off. Look, take your inherent pro-human bias into account and consider the justice of the situation, okay? These people come rolling in here with their machines and stuff, tear up our land, spill oil and gasoline everywhere, then they find this ancient religious icon, and the first thing they do is try to loot it. These aren't good people, and they got what was coming to them. Well, what should I do? I'll tell you what to do. Take the other eye out of the statue. What? I don't want to be a frog. Nah, don't worry about that. It won't curse you. What it'll do is make the original curse permanent. No takebacks, no do-overs. That's justice, tadpole. Tell you what, I'll sweeten the deal. You can keep the emeralds. Heck, I'll make a necklace for you. You like necklaces? I'm still getting used to having a neck myself. Well, I'll think about it. Well, considering I haven't really figured out how to work these fists yet, I can't do much to stop you either way, but I'm warning you, if you put that eye back, you're gonna find yourself on the wrong side of history, pal. Uh-huh. I mean, these guys really don't look happy. Hey there, can't help noticing you haven't done anything to statue about, yet. I guess I want to talk about it some more. Alright, well, from where I'm standing, it's a pretty straightforward thing. Just walk over there and yank that emerald out of the eye socket. I don't understand why you want that. Didn't I already explain this, lady? I want it swapped to be permanent. I want to keep this body. Why don't you take the gem out yourself? I don't know. If you've noticed, I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't exactly have fine motor control over this body yet. Can't even stand up straight without falling over. Doing pretty well. The others can't even talk yet. Really? Huh. It's because I'm right here next to the statue or something. Like you're getting more of its energy or whatever? Sure, why not? Why do you want to be a human so much? Because it's exciting and new. Check out these thumbs. Are you kidding me? Some of the climbing type frogs have rudimentary thumbs, but not like these tadpoles. I'm going to give so many thumbs up to people, it's going to be great. Thumbs are pretty good. I guess I don't appreciate mine enough. Right? Forget being a frog. Being a frog sucked, and I guarantee the others agree with me. Well, if you say so. Humans can have those dumb frog bodies. Serves them right. Seems rude to do this to those people. Don't take their side. They deserve what they've got. They deserve to be turned into frogs. That's right, they do. Those guys blasphemed against the frog god, and being stuck with those dumb frog bodies, they're just desserts. Seems really harsh. Well, the lesson to take away from it is, don't hop with the frog god. How do you know how the statue works? I just kind of know. It's like I can hear the frog god speaking to me through the idol, sort of. It's not exactly. It's hard to explain. Maybe that's because you're right here getting all that weird statue energy, like the talking thing. Maybe. I guess that makes sense. A frog gave me this emerald. How is that possible? Oh, that was probably me. I mean, him. Try that again. This human's mind is in my frog's body. I was hopping around in here when it happened. You were in this cave? It's kind of far from water. I spent a lot of time here. Don't know why. It's a nice cave. He shrugs. If I get that shrug right, I'm still practicing it. Well, look, kid, if you're trying to convince me to change my mind about this, well, it's not working. Shoot. Want to try the argument again? Be my guest. I haven't gotten anywhere else to be at the moment. I don't know if I've got any more points to make. Maybe make them in a different order will help. It's the first time I've had an argument with anyone, so I'm still trying to figure it out myself. So yeah, there is a specific order that you have to do this in. I don't remember what order it's supposed to be. Gosh, maybe you're the frog chosen one or something. Well, no, I'll try not to get a swelled head about it. It is bigger than your whole body was before, though. Yeah, good job. That was literally the joke I was making. Try to keep up, kid. I see. Why do you want to be human so much? Listen? Yeah, but I've always been really drawn to the statue. Maybe I am the frog chosen by Neil before me human. Neil. Just kidding. I've always been pretty devout, though. Particularly religious frog. Well, unlike we humans, frogs only have one god, and if there's only one game in town, you might as well play, huh? That seems important. Why don't you take the gem out yourself? I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't exactly have fine motor control of the body. Can't even stand up. Doing well, the other can't even talk yet, really. Wonder why that is. Because you're more religious than the others. Nah, I mean, I'm devout as hot, but the others aren't less devout. Frogs all share the same mind. Oh yeah, are you still connected with the others? No, I can't hear them thinking anymore. To be honest, it's nice to finally get a little peace of quiet. That's interesting. Huh. Alright. Try this. Then this. Then this. No. How do you know how the statue works? Frog chosen one. Frog gave me this emerald. Neil. Why don't you take the gem out yourself? That's interesting. Why do you want to be human so much? This is exciting and new. Thumbs are pretty good. Well, except you can't really guarantee that you don't share the same mind anymore. You don't know what they're... Oh, okay. Forget being a frog. Being a frog sucked, and I can guarantee that the others agree with me, except you can't really guarantee that because you don't share the same mind anymore. You don't know what they're thinking. Oh, look at you, all used to having hairs and being able to split them. It's true, though. Seems rude to do that to these people. Aha! I might have actually done this correctly. Don't take their side. They deserve what they got. They deserve to be turned into frogs. That's right, they do. The guys blasphemed against the frog god, being stuck with those dumb frog bodies is just okay, but are they all guilty? That one frog gave me the emerald to fix the statue. He seemed like a pretty good guy, at least. That was the guy who stole the eye in the first place. He's the particular guy who wrecked the statue. And now you want to wreck it even more. You're the super devout and religious frog, right? Doesn't make any sense that you wouldn't want me to fix it. Well, sometimes you gotta break some eggs if you ever want to make a broken egg thing or some kind of food or whatever. Yeah, right. Look, what I'm hearing is you think all humans should suffer for the actions of just one guy who did something that you want to make worse, and you don't even know how the other frogs feel about it. Well, that's, I mean, all right, kid, I guess you got me dead to rights. Ha! In that face, which isn't actually yours. Thing is, though, your point being valid doesn't obligate me to change my mind. Oh. But I'll tell you what, if you can prove to me that the other former frogs around here don't want to be humans, it was really only one human to blame for this blasphemy, then maybe we can work out a better solution to this. How do I do that? You're an adventurer, aren't you? Go wander around and poke at stuff and talk to people. That's your whole deal. The other frog people can't talk. Remember? I tried on my way here. Probably. Actually, I did. Oh yeah, well, probably being next to the statue helped me develop faster, so maybe it would help them too. Let me see that emerald you got. Give him the emerald. Okay, yeah, this eye isn't glowing like the other one. See, maybe it can be recharged. He holds the emerald against the statue, and after a moment it begins to glow softly. Nice. Okay, take this and see if it doesn't help you communicate with the others. I'll cool my heels here while you're gone. That's the thing you do with heels, right? Got an item, glowing emerald. Right. Oh, I never introduced myself. I'm Margaret Eckelberg. Oh, yeah, names, right. I'm Frogger Yielding. Frogger Yielding? Huh, do all frogs have frog in their name like that? No, frogs don't have names. One mine, remember, I just kind of found this name in here. In this cave, in this guy's head. Don't ask me to try to explain that. I don't get it either. Weird coincidence, though, right? Yeah, huh. Alright, glowing emerald. This is the most beautiful thing a frog has ever barfed at you. It's glowing from within. Simone, I don't know what the heck is going on here, but let's talk to these guys. The emerald eye of the frog god glows softly. Hi there, how's being a human treating you? Do you have any water? Pour some water on me. Excuse me, my skin's too dry. I'm drying out. That's not really a problem for humans. I mean, I guess it's a small problem. You can get a moisturizer cream for it. What are you talking about? I'm dying here. Pretty sure you can't die of dry skin. I won't be able to breathe. I'll shrivel up and die. That's not how... Water! Water! So, if I were to ask you if you're enjoying being a human... Never mind. The emerald eye of the frog god glows softly. Hi there, how's it going? I'm so hungry, I can't catch anything. Catch? This new tongue isn't nearly long enough. I see a fly go past and clack! He sticks out his tongue as far as he can. Nothing, I'm starving. Have you tried using your hands? My hands? My hands that are always touching the ground? Well, that's the most unhygienic thing I've ever heard. Disgusting. So, would you say that you're enjoying being human? Clack! Put you down as a no. This lady definitely appreciates being a human. The eye of the emerald emerald eye of the frog god glows softly. Hi, excuse me. Ah, don't eat me. Wow, geez, I'm not going to eat you. No, sorry, you startled me. I thought you were a snake for a second. You really don't need to worry about snakes. I mean, okay, you should be careful about the poisonous ones, but what are you talking about? Well, you're much bigger now. Sure, so just imagine how big the snakes must be. ... Giant snakes, big enough to eat a frog my size in one bite. Can you imagine? Nowhere is safe. They'll smash down the shack like it was nothing. I better go, you're giving me nightmares. Hey, is it okay if I look in these lockers? No, don't. What if there's a giant Tawatara in there? I don't know. What is that? It's a type of frog-eating lizard from New Zealand. Well, if through some sort of hilarious coincidence or misadventure there does happen to be one in there, it'll get me first and you can run away. Well, okay. Search the lockers. There's actually not much in the way of personal possessions in here. Ragged clothes, some cracked and dented hard hats, a few family photos taped inside of the doors, and a note that says, taking photographs on the inside of locker doors is a violation of protocol and will be noted on your record. Examine it. An institutional metal bed frame and the thinnest mattress you've ever seen. The sheets are all tattered too, although they look like someone's doing their best to keep them clean. There's a note on the headboard. Read it. Whoever's doing it, please take your boots off when it's your turn to use the bed, no matter how tired you are. This is a fine mess. We've already seen, I think, everything that there is to see and hear. Clearly the employees here weren't being fed very well, or possibly at all. Maybe that's why there weren't very many. Maybe they ate each other. I'm glad I got out early. Buddy, are you okay? Emerald eye of the frog god glows softly. Hi? Hello? Ugh. What is that weird sound? What sound? That sound I just made. There it is again. Do you mean talking? I guess, but what's with all these different noises? Normally I just go ribbit and everyone gets what I mean. Well, you're a human now. It works differently for us. It's wildly inefficient and clumsy and confusing. I don't like this at all. Well, how do you like being human apart from that? Ribbit? Ugh. Even a basic ribbit sounds all weird and gross. So I'll put you down as doesn't like it. Foreman's desk, dig through it, bunch of papers and stuff if you want to look through them, yeah, okay. You reshuffle the papers around, they're mainly invoices and receipts. 3 things you find of interest are a yacht catalog, a telegram, and a receipt from the Pinkertons. Examine the catalog. It's a picture of a particularly fancy yacht that's been circled in red ink. Price is listed as 200,000 meat. Good grief, you'd have to grind a whole lot of random encounters to see that kind of money. Read the telegram. Dear Sir, prepared to offer 250,000 meat, 250,000 for each emerald of cut, color, and clarity you describe. Stop. Please telephone to arrange visit and inspection by our expert. Stop. Regards, Seymour Hardier. 500,000 meat. Jeez, that would buy a whole lot of gumballs. And leave plenty left over for the yacht. Check out the receipt. It's got the fancy Pinkerton's National Detective Agency logo at the top, and the charge is listed as 500 meat for services rendered on July 6th last year. Well, that tears it. The guy who was running the place was absolutely horrible. Leave the desk. Examine them in detail. There's a lot of incidents of workers being written up for complaining. Also, a lot of injury reports. And wow, the salaries listed are pathetic, nearly to the point of being criminal. You also find a handwritten letter from one of the workers, formally requesting that the crew be issued new hard hats. Scrawled across the bottom, and the other hand, in another hand, is the comment, "Ha! What does he think I'm made of? Money? You haven't talked to that frog guy yet. Maybe he would know something about it. Hey, Froggy! Hi there, how are you feeling? What's going on? Where am I? What am I? Judging by your suit and office, you're in the body of a wealthy quarry owner. I don't know what that means. Is it something to do with money? I suddenly want a lot of that, whatever that is. Around here, money is more specifically called meat. Meat, gotcha. Do you have any? Give me some. Sorry, no. I need that for purchasing goods and services. Is that what it's for? Huh. Are goods and services not just available for those that need them? Wow, I really don't have time to explain capitalism to you. Well, whatever. I don't need to understand how stuff works. I just need that sweet meat. It's kind of disturbing how quickly you picked this up. Come on, lady. I'm desperate. My meat number isn't going up at all. Help me out here. I'm just going to back away now. Ask the frog guy about it. Hey, you haven't seen a key for a safe around here, have you? A key? Is that what this pointy little brass doohickey in my leg skin hole is? Pocket. It's called a pocket, and yeah, probably. Can I have it? That depends on how much meat you're going to give me. I'll give you a million meat. I'll give you 50 meat. For 50, you can rent the key for 1 minute. Sure, whatever, it's a deal. You hand over the meat, and the frogman lends you his brass key. Hey, look at all this meat. I'm going to use it to get more meat, and then use that meat to get more meat. It's important in its own right, as a way to keep score against other people who have a lot of meat. Okay, let's not get too unsubtle here. You unlock the safe, return the key, and find a bunch of tins of fancy, expensive caviar. You got an item, Riche and Foire brand caviar. Is there a different kind? Doesn't actually say caviar, it says bouillettes de poisson salé. With the picture on the side of the tin, looks like caviar. There was a lot of it in the safe. The foreman must really be into the finer things in life, where finer is defined as expensive. Alright. He has a wild look in his eye. Better leave him alone, you might get mugged. Mugged by a frog. Alright, listen, buddy. I have bad news for you. Oh, hey, any luck finding out about the frogs and humans and vice versa? I've talked to all the frogs. What about the human side of things? Yeah, I'm done investigating all of that. Great. So what did you find out? Well, all the frogs either hate their new human bodies or they're being driven crazy by them. They're all having a really terrible time. I didn't get jumped, but there was a definitive possibility of that happening. Anyway, they're all having a really terrible time. Ah, geez, really? Well, that stinks. I like those guys. On the human side, it's clear that everyone working here was super miserable except the foreman, who was keeping all the profits for himself while he paid the workers basically nothing and spent even less than that on maintaining the place. Also, he was planning on selling those emeralds. I can basically guarantee that the foreman forced the guy you're wearing to take the eye. Well, that sounds pretty conclusive. So what now? Pop. I guess you'd better go ahead and change everyone back. It's gonna suck going back to being a frog after tasting this sweet human freedom, but the other frogs hate this and humans don't deserve it, so go ahead and put the emerald back in the idol. There might be another option. What do you mean? Well, we've got one frog who wants to be human, and one human who sucks and should probably get some justice, right? Oh, huh. Swap me into the foreman's body and change everyone else back. Yeah, can we do that? Is that a thing? Let's see. If the swaps really were a, proximity sort of thing, then if we got... But then... Okay, yeah. I think it might be doable. No guarantees, but hey, when are there ever guarantees, am I right? What's your plan? First, we need to do, and by we, you mean me, naturally, is get the foreman's body and my frog body down here next to the idol. How do I do that? Well, how do humans generally get people to do things you want them to do? Bribery? I was going to say ask nicely, but when you think about it, a bribe is the ultimate form of asking nicely. Okay, I'm on it. So we need to get this guy's frog body and the foreman's body into this room. Sounds about right. Oh god. Oh god. Ooh, a vein of extra bloody hematite. Ask it for a donation. You convince the hematite to give you some of its extra blood. I was wrong. This was not a place for a good time. Those flies are large and aggressive. That's 2 understatements for the price of 1. Oh, jeez. Well, I have no choice. Jesus, though, that did a lot of damage. Luckily, I'll get that HP back. And that's why Alfina is an excellent what's-its. But yeah, giant fly, they seem to all have 15 HP each. Or, actually, well, that's the spider, so... Yeah. What the heck is filthy for? Well, doesn't seem to be causing any problems with my sleaze damage, so I'll take it. Alright, well. You won. No unusually large flies on you. Alfina the mosquito grew stronger. Excellent. A giant pile of squirming maggots. Also, a squirming pile of giant maggots. Take one. You pick up one of the huge, nasty, wriggling rubs. Ugh. I got a huge maggot. Imagine something the size and shape of a sweet potato, except white, sticky, and wiggling. Take one? No, having one of those in your inventory is bad enough, let alone 2. Back way out of the cave. Leave the area. Frog bog? Ugh. Look around, can't tell which frog is the one you're looking for. Call out to him. Hey, I'm looking for a specific frog. I mean, guy. The guy who was in the cave with the weird statue. The frogs just sort of stare at you. Probably the guy who took the emerald out of it. It's fine, though. No harm done. Well, kind of a lot of harm done, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't your fault. I just mean, I'm not here to hassle you about it. I just need your help fixing it. Frogs continue staring. Hello? Good luck, careful. Okay. Huh. Fight the shadows! This time I will not surrender to tentacles. God only knows what they did the last time I surrendered to the tentacles. Probably nothing good. And they've got such low HP. Like, look at this. Look at this. It's pathetic. It's squishy. Examine them in detail. Oh, okay. Look through the personnel files again, and not surprisingly, you don't find anyone named Frogger Yielding. You find a guy named Roger Fielding, though. That makes much more sense as human name. He has a lot of black marks and records for things like not shutting up about workplace safety conditions and whining about food. Nice. You. Hey, can I get you to follow me for a minute? There's something I need to show you. Bah! I don't have time to do things a poor person does. The only place I'm going to is the top. Please, it's important. The only thing important to me is M-U-N... Wait, how do you spell money? With an O. M-O-N-N-E-Y. Maybe I can make it worth your while? Oh, yes? Are you going to give me some more meat? I must warn you, now that I've established myself as human of wealth, my price has increased drastically. How much? 12 brillion meat! Isn't a real number. Numbers go on forever. You don't know them all. How about this tin of fancy caviar? What's that? Fish eggs. Ugh, that sounds like something a frog would eat. And I am a human person. No, this is a food specifically liked by rich human people. You can tell because the label is in French, see? Something about juxtaposition of the words food and French makes me deeply uncomfortable. No, thank you. You know what? The French eat frog legs, so yes, I understand why that makes you deeply uncomfortable. It should. You shrug and put the caviar back in the safe. You aren't feeling either hoity or toity enough to eat it yourself. How about this big juicy maggot? That is also frog food. I am a human, a wealthy human. Look at how fat and meaty it is. When did you ever see a maggot this size? Only the truly wealthy could afford to eat such an enormous maggot. It does look pretty good. I mean, I'd have eaten it myself already, but since I'm poor, I didn't think I deserved it. But if you don't want it, you move the maggot towards your mouth and slowing down considerably as you get closer. Rides in your hand like a weasel trapped in a wet rubber bag. No, stop! Oh, thank God. I won't allow it. You're quite right. This maggot is a feast only for those who can truly appreciate it. Hand it over immediately. Come with me to a cave in the quarry, and I'll give it to you when we get there. Very well, if you insist. You lead the frogman to the idol in the cave, give him the maggot, and convince him to stay there for a while, with the promises of more maggots later. Cool. Frogman is hopping around idly. He looks displeased. Talk to him. This cave is miserable. Not the right environment for a wealthy human at all. I only need you here for a little while, and the statue is nice, right? It's rather provincial, but I suppose it's nice in a kitschy sort of way. And the emerald looks very valuable, but I was promised maggots. Well, stick around for a while. I think you'll get even more than you bargained for. Still don't know how to get the XU down here. Still working on it. Alright, I promised him more maggots. Inventory is still all gross from the last giant maggot you had in there, no thanks. Now to the frog bog. Okay, ancient coprolith. Coprolith. Whatever that means. Hey, is anyone here named Roger Fielding? I'm looking for a man named Roger Fielding whose mind is trapped inside the body of a frog, and I cannot believe what my life has become. A frog hops up to you. Ribbit? Hey, hi, are you Roger? Ribbit? I sure hope that means yes. Listen, I am this close to fixing this whole mess. I just need you to come back to that idol with me. Ribbit, lead Roger back to the cave. Aha! Roger the Frog is watching you expectantly. Alright. Looks like you got both of them. Nice work. Are you sure that's the right frog? As sure as I can be. It's not like they have name tags. What's next? Well, here's my plan. You put the emerald back in the statue, undoing the curse. Foreman and I both zap back into our original bodies. The foreman sees the emeralds, and because he's a greedy hopper, he takes one, reactivating the curse. When he does that, I jump onto his head, ensuring that I'm the nearest frog to him, and the switch happens. Okay. I only see one thing wrong with this plan. What's that? I don't want to be a frog! When he reactivates the curse, it'll switch everybody. Nothing is actually fixed by this. Ah, yes, that's the other part of the plan. See, I think we can avoid that. You think. Because I'm a devout worshiper of the frog god, and all frogs share one mind. So if the whole frog mind prays to the frog god to only curse this one jerk who's stealing the eyes from the statue, hopefully the frog god will listen. Hopefully? Look, if you've got a better plan, I'm all ears. Well, just the 2 ears, but that's 2 more than I used to have. Fine, I'll put the eye back. Mess with it. Return the missing eye. In the interest of full disclosure, I should point out that this is a one-way decision. If you mess with the idol, you won't be able to change your mind afterwards, so don't mess this up. Return the missing eye. You socket the missing emerald back into the statue. Both eyes flash with a brilliant green light, then dim again. What the blazes? Ah, geez, my brain feels all slimy and weird. Fielding, didn't I tell you to get me these emeralds? I thought I... Forget it. Clearly, if I want something done right around here, I've got to do it myself. Ribbit, stand back. As the foreman grabs the emerald and twists it, you see the frog jump onto his head and close its eyes real tight. Frog God's emerald eyes flash a bright, almost blinding green light. There, did it work? Did what work, boss? You check your hands and they are, thankfully, your regular human hands. Yeah, it worked. Yes! Take the other emerald. You pop the other emerald out of its socket. The frog god's eyes flare again and then go dark, this time for good. Ribbit? What the heck is going on here? I'll explain later. What's going on here is you get a raise and a week's vacation. All the workers get a raise and a week's vacation. Ribbit? Are you feeling okay, boss? It's gonna take a lot of explaining. Thanks for all your help, kid. Margaret, I should say. You did good. Gained 45 XP. Aw, no problem, Frogger, or whatever your name is now. Unfortunately, I gotta ask you for that emerald back. I think I'm gonna need to sell these to get the place up to code and clean up this ecological damage. And pay the workers real salaries and so on. Shucks, well okay. Here, maybe take this frog with you. Maybe you can teach him to not be such a hopwad. Ribbit? You got an item, Mr. Haim the Greedy Frog. Weird, thanks. A statue of some kind of ancient frog god with both eyes missing. So yeah, you do not get any emeralds from that. But did I really need emeralds? No. He's gonna sell them to the little goblins who will get a snack out of it. It's fine by me. It's the best possible outcome. I did, however, get Mr. Haim the Greedy Frog. Frog seems confused, but not too confused to know a fat wallet when it smells one steals meat from your enemies. So if you do want to have more meat, you can use Mr. Haim the Greedy Frog as your familiar. Roger looks tired and confused. That probably won't change soon. Talk to him. What's going on? Do you know the phrase, meet the new boss, same as the old boss? This is sort of the opposite of that. Help me out here. I was a frog until just a minute ago. Yeah, and the frog that was keeping your body warm for you is now driving the foreman around. I think you'll like him. He's a real decent guy. Huh, okay. You might have to teach him some real unexpected things, though. Frogger gives you a big thumbs up. It takes him a couple of tries. Good job. We solved this problem. Man looks puzzled and tired. Everything all right? What's going on? I heard there's a new foreman. Well, in a sense, yeah. At any rate, things should run a lot more equitably around here from now on. I think I had some kind of weird dream. I feel all groggy. Close. Very close. Guy has an uncomfortable but hopeful look on his face. Talk to him. Hey, how's it going? My mouth feels weird, but other than that, everything's normal, I guess. Is it true we've got a new foreman? Yep, that's a fact. Well, sort of. In a sense. As long as we can get some decent food around here, I'll be satisfied. I don't think that'll be a problem, except you might have to be real specific about what decent food means. What? Well, you'll see. Hi, lady! Lady appears anxious and tired. Everything okay? I heard Mr. Haim had some sort of change of heart. Is it true? I don't know about his heart, but you could say he changed his mind. That's wonderful news. Do you think he'd buy me a new mop? Mine only has the stick left. Wow, if your expectations are that low, you're going to have a real surprise. A bucket? Aww. Well, nothing's going to change here immediately, but hopefully very soon. Guy has the look of someone who is trying desperately to stay awake and is doing so for far too long. Talk to him. Are you okay? I'll be fine if I can get some sleep instead of working 4 shifts. I heard the foreman declared a holiday. You think he'll give me a few hours off? In fact, I heard him say that everyone gets a whole week off. Oh, thank God. I'm so tired. I could sleep on a granite block. Like this one right here. Which is where I actually have been sleeping. On alternate Sundays. Wow. Anyway, that's about all we could do with the Frog Bog and the Haim Quarry, which means that I believe we've sorted out basically every single mess. Oh, wait, no, we haven't actually done Largemouth Bath and... Here I go, saying that again. Largemouth Bass and Sons. But that might be a thing we do for another time. Right now, let's actually pop over to the bus stop. Join him again. And we're going to head back to Ocean City. There might have been a couple of dates that I saw. Yeah, there are a couple of dates that I need to look through now. I think Jeffers Nose gave me one. August 5th, 1900, new. You find something interesting, 10 XP. To commemorate Editor-in-Chief Grover Burgess's birthday on August 5th, 1900, editions of the papers... The August 5th, 1900 edition of the paper is printed entirely on meat. That's awfully generous of him and explains a fair amount about how this place went out of business. You pluck it out of the archives, gain 100 meat. Pluck, pluck. And there's this one too, July 6th, 1927. There's an article about a miner strike at Haim Quarry. Apparently the workers were striking for better pay, living conditions, and safety. The strike was broken up by the Pinkertons. One worker was killed and 2 others wounded in the resulting fight. The article ends with the note from the editor. We would like to make it clear that the workers are neither miners, nor strictly speaking, miners. Ed. Jeez. So that explains what work the Pinkertons did for Mr. Haim. What a colossal jerk that guy is. Alrighty. That obelisk business was strange, huh? Yeah, that was fully bizarre. I could see your outline like some kind of ghost. That's how you looked to me. Everything did. If I mentioned how I don't like stuff that doesn't obey the normal laws of physics, ugh. Clap your gums a bit. Ever done much traveling? No, I've never even been out of the state. Some of my friends went to the beach for break, but was kind of stuck finishing the robot for finals. Well, we'll have plenty of time to travel after you graduate. There won't be any big science fiction conventions for another decade anyway. Simone is great. Actually, there is somewhere that I want to go. Goldthwait Park. If memory serves... Not here. I don't think I fished in here. I think I must have fished in there then. Here we go. Rock feels better about itself now. Look who it is! Why, it's that cheeky little devil from the Shadow Rift. Apparently he's following up on his dream of becoming a gardener. Sort of. Hello again. Shh! Plants in your world need complete silence to grow. I don't think that rock is going to grow either way. Because you're talking. Okay, I'll let you go get back to it. A devil in the Garden of Goldthwait. So yeah, there is the Midnight Man. He is gardening and tending to a rock. If Dawning was here, she'd fight even harder for his wife to take him back now because he is watering the rocks, which is good for little goblins. Alright, well, I do think that with that, I'm pretty sure... What are my stats? 12, 12, and 17. Where's my hats? Right, I already had something that was giving me Moxie. So now I need pants to give me Moxie. Did I get... I did not get SIT's +1 Moxie pants. I just got the short shorts and the kitchen shorts. Let me double check the boardwalk to make sure that I know what I'm doing. I don't remember if it's 11 or 13 that I need for that Hoojamajigus. Oh, also there's Tony Fiasco. Hey, 11 to all stats plus 10 meat. That's fine. So, alright. All you have to do is explain the Copenhagen interpretation of probabilistic nature of quantum wave functions while climbing down a 10-foot greased rope ladder head first and sink a basketball free throw with this iron shot put. Ready? Cradle the heavy iron shot in the crook of your arm as you lower yourself down the first rungs of the rope ladder, carefully hooking your ankles around the rungs. Okay, so, oof. Quantum mechanics is basically a set of mathematical equations that can, be used to predict the results of experiments performed, at the subatomic level, but it can't, predict the outcome of, definitively, only probabilistically, giving range of possible outcomes referred to as the wave function. The act of actually performing the experiment, measuring the system in question, collapses the wave function down to a single result because, 1 second, hurl that shot put. Swish, thunk. Because the act of measurement interacts with the system in a way that can't be ignored. Nearly there. One can say that in a sense, all potential outcomes existed simultaneously prior to the measurement, and the act of measurement is what caused the single outcome. You reach the ground in a handstand, unhook your ankles, and do a flip to right yourself. That's a pretty basic explanation, but serviceable, and that was an excellent throw. Alright, you get the brass rings. Scabrous ring and snake tooth ring. Neither of these is made of brass. It's just an expression. Hooray! Scabrous ring. Oop. Snake tooth ring, when you apply poison, apply 3 extra. Scabrous ring makes you immune to bleeding. Still not the rings that I was looking for. Anyway, next one does need 13 in all stats, right? Yeah. Man, I was hoping you'd come back, and I'm not just saying that as a carny who wants to pay 10 meat, who wants people to pay 10 meat to play his games. Only 2 people have ever beaten our 6th challenge, and kid, I think you might be the 3rd. What's the challenge? Crack a short message encoded with military-grade cipher while crushing a cinder block on your forehead and juggling these 3 live cobras. Still count if I get bitten. Strictly speaking, yes, but I don't recommend it. Alright, not yet. While I'm here, though, I have some hats, including the Stetson that I'm wearing. Gain 30 meat. Unfortunately, I do lose the 30 meat that I could have possibly gotten from the Glorious Tiara, but that's fine. I'm not exactly running low on money. Fine china helmet. Did I show him the aviatrix helmet yet? I don't remember. I don't think so. Pretty sure I've shown him this, though. No, I haven't. Definitely showed him the Hex Rock helmet. I'm almost positive of that. Alright. So back to the aviatrix helmet. So I've got 12, 12, and 17. There is a hat that I have. The intimidating Stetson. It's 13, 16, and 12. So I need one more Moxie. Do I have anything on hand? It's an accessory. 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 So, yeah, no, nothing that I currently... Yeah, so I need to go back to SIT and get whatever their mysticality pants are. And while I'm here, maybe that textbook guy. Jazz slacks. Reason with the math. Always reason with the math. Wander once. Wander twice. Come on, textbook guy. I've already done this. I should just let him do what he's going to do, but that wouldn't be as much. Well, that would be a little bit of fun. Storm of hot cheese. Yes, all of the hot cheese. And we'll KO all those guys. There's 2 left. 3 AP. And it's a knockout. Violence studies. One more time. Alright, I don't have 5 spooky armor anymore. That's fine. We'll just fight whatever the heck this is. Oh hey, Hobo Clobber, I've got Elmer Sullivan. Elmer, you take that thing out, would you? Hobo Clobber is very useful. Alfina drains the blood from random integers. And I'll just blast the rest of these into nonsense. Alright. Back to Ocean City. Put on my new pants. There we go. 13 at least in every stat. To the boardwalk, where I hope to not be bored. Hiya, Tin Lizzie. And I get some anarchist hardware. Thank you, Tin Lizzie. Alright, buddy. Here we go. So I've got to crack a short message encoded with the military-grade cipher, crush a cinder block with my forehead, and juggle 3 live cobras. All right. The carny gestures theatrically to a cinder block and a hissing wicker basket, then starts tapping out dots and dashes on a telegraph key. You gingerly pick up the basket and toss the snakes into the air, grabbing and juggling them before they get a chance to react. Beep, beep, de beep, beep, de beep, hiss, beep, de beep, beep. Okay, a B is a G and a V is a P. Hiss, beep, 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 de beep, beep, hiss, B deep, beep, beep, B deep. A G is a T, and a P is a B. Beep, beep, de beep, beep, beepily, beep, hiss, beep, beep, beep. Solve the code. Drink your Ovaltine? What on earth does that mean? Don't forget the cinder block. Oh, right, crunch. Magnifico. Brilliant. Just toss the snakes back in the basket there, and I'll give you your prize. Got an item, shiny plastic crown. Hooray! What does that do? A child's plastic crown plated in genuine 24-karat gold. Alright, +6 spooky armor. I could have used that earlier. Here she is, our current champion of skills. Are you ready to face the final challenge, level 7? Feat that nobody has ever beaten before. All you got to do is untie this Gordian knot. Oh, that's easy. Without cutting it. Oh. Well, using a compass and a straight edge to construct a square with the same area as a given circle. But that's... And break this raw egg by yelling at it. I don't have +15 to all stats yet. But I'm close. I'd need to do a little finagling. But it's absolutely something that I can probably do. Yeah. But in the meantime, let's put things back to the way they should be. Where's my pants? Get me back those kitchen britches. And my unbalanced stats. We're going to head back to Plunkett Street, and that's going to be where I end things off for today. Oh, wait. Whisper to the shadows. You whisper to the shadows. They skitter and sing. They sing you a long, thin shadow. The song is good. The rope is good. Alright, back here on Plunkett Street. That is going to do it for me for today. So, if you only caught part of today's stream, you can head over to my YouTube channel over there, where I will have this uploaded along with all of my other content. If you want to catch me live on Twitch, you can catch me over there. I go live Monday evenings and Wednesday evenings at 7:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time. Well, this was a special Shadows Over Loathing stream because I missed one a couple of weeks ago and I finished Ace Attorney 3 last week. Next Monday will be the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. Wednesday evenings will continue to be Shadows Over Loathing until I finish, which, at the rate I'm going, is, well, gonna be a little while longer. This is a much longer game than West of Loathing was, but still, very enjoyable. You can also catch me on the Bulbagarden Twitch channel, as you could have this morning if you were aware of it, but normally I only go live there Sunday mornings at 8:30 a.m. U.S. Central Time with Pokemon Crystal. This morning, because it was Labor Day, I did a special bonus stream of my mostly completed Let's Go Eevee stream, or Let's Go Eevee series. I cracked enough heads of master trainers to finally challenge Red, got myself a shiny Ponyta, which became shiny Rapidash, who is absolutely perfect, and KO'd 2 and almost a third of Red's team, and I defeated Red, and it was glorious. Like I said, normally, and again, this upcoming Sunday, I'll be there at 8:30 a.m. with Pokemon Crystal. I still have to get my team trained up to level 40, including that Dratini that was foisted on me, and chat said that I had to raise up. It's going okay. I did some of that today, and I'll have to do more of it moving forward, but such is life. You can also find other streamers on the Bulb Garden channel, such as the Caps Fan, who is also found on his own channel over there, or Dawning Winds, who was hanging out in chat earlier. You can find on the Bulb Garden channel. You can also find her if she goes live on her own channel over there. That is going to do it for me for today, so as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching, and God bless this mess. Hope to see you all on Wednesday.